Alright everybody, and welcome back to more demos. It's MonDEMOS Day. So, starting off today, we're going to be taking a look at two games that are not on Steam yet. Or rather, the demos aren't even available on Steam yet. I'm going through itch.io for both of these, and I'll link to their Steam pages and their itch.ios on the video for this. But for now, you'll just have to look it up on itch or go to the Steam page and check it out there. So first, let me do this. Okay. It's not a category on Twitch, so... Don't mind how it's not captured right now. That should be fine. So if we open this back up... Oh boy, this is not good. Okay. That's what I want. Should be working. What lives below, demo exe, should be capturing, but it's not. Also, this game's quite loud. Why do these games always do this? Okay, let me try reloading it real quick. See if it captures if I just do this way. I need to open itch. Hey, there it goes. And I've got the title screen again, which is perfect because it disappeared before. Anyway, this is What Lives Below. And the trailer for this game shows off you on like a little fishing boat trying to hunt down like huge sea beasts. So I thought, you know what, that seems pretty cool, let's give it a shot. So this is What Lives Below. This is one of the games you can currently download the demo for this on itch.io. I recommend giving it a shot after this if you like what you see. And it also has a Steam wishlist page, so you're able to go there and take a look at it. But let's hop in first. Critical points with a fully charged shot for maximum damage. Interact with the radar to zoom out. Oh! Control the boat by interacting with the controls. While accelerating, press E to enable cruise control. I see. Oh, hey, hello, yes. This is a game where you have to go off and hunt giant sea beasts, apparently. Use mouse scroll to zoom in and out. Should be here. Well, I guess I still gotta wait to get there. Oh, no, we should be seeing it in a second. Two to switch to harpoon, huh? There she blows! Yeah, it's a little bit bigger than a shark, though. Cool. Okay, back to this. Gotta turn around. Whoops. Whoop. Where are you? The great beast! I don't know if I'm actually doing any damage to it. I think I gotta get closer. It looks fairly docile, though, so it looks like I don't have to do much. Yeah. Were you able to do that in Assassin's Creed 4? I didn't know it had, like, whale hunting and stuff. Okay, so let's just follow behind it, set it for cruise. Where are you? There you are! Hold shift to enter slow motion. Okay, is it underneath me? I can't tell. It's right behind me, it looks like. Yeah, I think so. Those seem to be the critical weak spots. Oh, it's following me. It's following me. Yeah, it seems like the head and the tail are weak spots of some kind. Oh! That's a huge bitch! Oh, my ship's all dinged up. Okay, where? Oh, God! Hold on a second, I gotta take this call. Okay, so I have to use the repair tool on the engine area. Where is that? Ooh, that's where it is. Oh God, that's where it is. Yeah, I think that's it for now. Where is it? It is right behind me. Ho! Oh, man. Okay, it's right behind me. Let's take a turn here. Where are you? Okay, it's catching up. Should be breaching any second now. Whoa! There it is. Dude, my ship is in bad shape right now, huh? Ah! Okay. Gotta make a turn. Break off for a second. Okay, we're good. We're good for the moment. I think it's taking off. Nope, it's following. There she is. Come on. Where'd you go, big and ugly? Ah! That's the end of me. My father was a fisherman. He too hunted the great beast. But he died at sea. They only found his harpoon. And now, I go out to sea to take my revenge on him and the life he left me with. If I can destroy the beast that killed him, my life will be complete. Yeah, well, don't worry about it. It's probably fine. I mean, you read Moby Dick, right? The moral of that story was a man with a harpoon can kill a whale. Like, I'm pretty sure that's the moral of the story. I didn't read it myself. I kind of heard it, abbreviated version of the Cliff Notes from a episode of Futurama. But, you know, that's what it's about, right? It's about a man using what he was given to slay a great beast. It's like a David and Goliath story. There it is. Not a big fan of this big old rock that's here. I know, but also, you're given a harpoon and a boat, and you should have more than enough to deal with giant monsters. That's all I'm saying. Like, I've seen Jaws. I've seen the parody of Jaws. I get the idea. Alright, we're coming up on him. Yeah, it's a magic harpoon though. Don't question it. It's fine. There she blows. Okay. Okay, where... Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh, God! Stupid rock. I mean, it has to be an enchanted harpoon. It's the only thing that makes sense. Did you see how it was, like, leaving special tracks behind? And... go! Oh, that's its health bar. That's its health bar at the top, isn't it? Alright, I got its attention. Now I gotta get out of here. Alright, should be showing up in a second. Oh, sure did, but on the wrong side. Okay, where is it? There we go. Get the head. Nice. Got it. Okay, it's somewhere above me right now. There it is. Okay, it should be breaching any second. Thought so. It's hard to aim this thing because you do need to keep like a healthy distance away from this thing. On. Oh, it's coming for me. It's coming for me. Missed. I wonder, can I, like, do this and have it hold? Oh, jeez. Got another hit off. Doing much better than last time. Okay, it's probably like right behind me. Oh, damn, that hit. Ooh, okay, I got lucky. It didn't hit me. Nice! Got its tail. Give me a straight line out of here for the moment, please. And turn. I need to adjust for the movement, I think. That's what's going on there. Or somehow get close enough to it, but it's way more mobile than I am. Okay, it's coming up in a second. Here it comes. Majestic. I can't wait to see it mounted over my fireplace. Oh, Christ! Okay, we're good. It was a light hit. Kinda wish it was a little easier to tell which one of these was me, though. Come on. Oh god, I'm about to hit that island. So is he from the looks of things. There it is. I think I'm dealing... Oh, that's my health. Those are my health pips. I didn't even realize. Let's see if I can get a couple more of those in. So is that going to increase it? It does. Perfect. What? Oh, lightning! Oh, God damn it. I just accidentally drove into lightning. Well, that was unfortunate. I was doing well, too. Alright, third time's the charm. My great-grandfather, and my grandfather, and my father were killed by this beast, but I will be the one to slay it. Alright, we're closing in. There it is. Breach any second now. Oh god, it's already breaching. Okay, that's a miss. That's a huge bitch. Oh no. Okay, looks like I'm still healthy. That's good. Should be seeing it over there. Yep, there it is. The actual aiming of this thing is really kind of awkward, because I have to take into account, like, the travel speed of both myself and the enemy. So I have to, like, try and sort of judge by that. It's real awkward. I never know which way to correct for. Thought that would be a hit. Okay, we're good. Let's do this. Don't have to course correct if I'm not moving. I feel like that's not the intended way to do it, but, you know, if it's working. Where? Oh, it's over there. 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 Nice, that's another hit. So I should be seeing it off my right side here in a second. Behind me. There it is. Come on. Got another hit. Can I move? Move, please. Thank you. Oh, the seas are turning red. It's behind me, isn't it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Ho! That's pretty cool, but also what? Does that mean it's going to do more damage to me now? Was it supposed to catch on lightning? I appear to be getting chased by lightning bolts right now. That appears to be what's happening. It's a new phase of the boss. Okay, it's... Where is it? What? Uh-oh. What? Okay, my power went out for a second there. That's what happened. The whale EMP'd me. I was EMP'd by the whale. Should be seeing it off this side in a second. Yep, there it is. Power she blows. Oh god, there's lightning coming. Okay, come on. Try and head for those rocks just to make sure I'm still within the area. It'll be out the left. There it is. Get over there. Oh, wow. That thing just tried to go across. Whoa! Okay, let's pull back for a second here. I need 2 hearts. It looks like that healed it up perfectly, so... almost perfectly. It's on my other side here. It's gonna get zapped by lightning in a second, I can feel it. I should probably get away from it in that case. Nope, there it is. on, just go right there. Hit it. Ah, I missed it. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Come on. Come on. Okay, out of here. Whoa, nutty! Let's see if I don't hit. Okay, it's gonna come up on my rear in a second. There it is. Oh jeez, I'm getting hit. Can I move? It's right on me. It is right on me. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Come on. Go down there. Get me out. Get me out. Oh, that was a big hit. It is right on me right now. Come on. There we go. Oh, I see. That's why. I really just wish this thing didn't take so long to prepare every time I wanted to harpoon something. Come on. Yes! Got the tail. It's coming up on me right now. Where are you? There it is. Yeah! That was a bit more stressful than I was expecting. Alright, that seems like a good place to leave off for just trying out the demo, because I have more games to get to. But let's try out the second boss here. Both harpoons do no direct damage to a monster but can destroy weak rocks? And different kinds of harpoon. Ah, what a nice day to be a whaler out on the sea. Nothing bad can happen to me. Oh, I wish I was a land lubber. No way, no way. I have a big harpoon and I will use it to slay a whale. Those are some big rocks. Those are some big rocks. Oh. Oh. Huh. Okay. So it's over near this island? Oh. It is the island. Okay then. Well, alright. Oh, that's what they're for. Get out of here, you overgrown cephalopod. Oh, damn, that's a huge bitch. Whoa, Nelly, okay. Okay, I think I need to get out of here. Or at least I need to turn around and get closer to it because... Whoa, those are big rocks. Okay. Yeah, gotta stay in range. Got it. I was knocked out of range by the tentacles, though. Look, I can't help it. Whoa, okay. Gotta get in range. Get back. Get back in range. Go, go, go. Oh. Hi. Oh, Christ. What the fuck? Hi. Okay, hold on. Just hang on for a second there. My ship's a bit knackered. Are you serious? caused an explosion. Nice. Oh, I see. The weak points are actually the tips of the tentacles. Get in there. Okay. This is a little ridiculous. Come on. He's almost dead. Yeah! Okay, I'm gonna crash into a thing if I don't stop. Okay, well that one went a lot better than the last one. Yeah, right? Just one person driving the boat, the other person yelling at them to just stop moving so they can harpoon it. I get why it's single player though, because it's a lot of the challenges come from like multitasking, repair, attack, and dodging. Let's try out number 3 then, shall we? Quite a ways away, it looks like. Whoop. Not that far away. Yeah, it's either a beta or like a, it's not the full game. I just saw that. Is that a giant seahorse? What the hell is that thing? Oh, it's a bird. It's a giant bird. Cool. But yeah, it's just a free thing that's currently available on itch.io. The full game is not out. You can wishlist it on Steam, but it's not currently available in its full release state. How am I gonna fight this thing? Oh my god, the waves are real choppy here. This place is a mess. Yeah, right? Okay, let's see if I can even hit it. You know what this thing is? This is Shadow of the Colossus on a boat. Got it. Can be used on unstable structures. What does that mean? What does that mean? Okay, it landed over here someplace and it's doing something, but what? Ah, so it roosts. And now it's a phoenix. Cool. Oh god! That's a rock. Okay, no, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, that's a straight up phoenix. Ah, what the fuck? Well, it seemed to land and shoot the perch, and then it started shooting lasers? Oh god, what? Really, I just need another pair of eyes to tell me what the fuck is even going on out there, because I can't see over the boat. It looks like all the perches have been sort of knocked down when it entered the new phase. Yeah, nice. Okay, where is it? It is over there. How could I miss it? How could I ever miss this thing? Nice. Repair some of these cracks while I got a second. Okay, so like aim right there. Nice. Honestly, it's not too bad because unlike the whale, I can actually see where this thing is at all times, so I can aim at it and joust it. Like this. Or I can properly go and match its speed. Or judge where it's going to be. Oh no! It's doing the laser again. Ah, okay, that's bad. Well, not much I could do there. Like my grandfather before me, and my great-grandfather, and my great-great-grandfather, I am a man of the sea. And I will shoot this big flying bird before it kills me. Like, honestly, I think this game would be perfectly fine if it was two-player, and then the other player was just a spotter hanging out on the front of the boat. Just going, look out, he's coming for a laser! Alright, bird, let's go. Just missed it. And that should be a hit. None of these are hitting. Holy crap. That'd be almost incredible if it wasn't so bad. Okay, so let's aim it right here. There we go. Okay, where are you gonna roost? Coming into roost right there, huh? Real hard to control this thing, or an aim, which I guess is the challenge. Come on. Okay, how about that one? That should hit. Oh, God! There we go. And now comes the real fight. I wish it was a bit easier to tell when you were, I was coming in for a landing on that one, isn't he? Oh, God, he is. Okay. Get over here and heal up real quick. Where are you? There he is. He's coming in for another landing? Already? Okay, come on. Ah, damn, did it hit me? Yeah, it did. Come on. Come on. That really did a lot of damage to me. It's going in the water? What? It's coming out of the water? It's a new one. Oh, god damn, it's landing. Okay, hard right. If I'm lucky. Nope. I don't think you can avoid that one. You just have to get behind a rock or something. Come on. I don't know. There. There it is. I don't know why it's doing this move all of a sudden. It wasn't doing it before. Okay, get off the side. Let's come around the side here real quick, and I'll just fix up those cracks. They hit me with the laser. Yeah, it sure did. Come back with the laser? At least I was repairing. Come on. Thank you. Come on, let's try that. Is there any place I can hide? Nope, no place I can hide. Jeez. I don't like that laser. The fact that it's, like, tracking is real bad for me. Because it means that there's nothing you can do. Like, unless you manage to get behind a rock. And if you're out in the ocean, you won't have a rock. Got him! It means you just have to get lucky with your positioning before that attack even lands so you can get out of the way of it. Yeet! So, like, get right here. Should be good, right? Because I have a feeling the laser... There it is. What?! So hiding behind a rock doesn't help. Great. Oh, the rock got dissipated. It blew up the rock. Let's point it... Oh, come on. Point it right there. Oh, no. Oh, I was out of range. That's so lucky. Can I wish it was more clear when you were holding onto the wheel and when you aren't, because it's been a couple times where I, like, have been on it and haven't realized and tried to move off, or I haven't been on it and been trying to control it. Okay, I think it's going in for another laser, which means I might be fucked. No, it's not. Okay, good. Come on. Yeah, I had to get closer for this. Got it. Like, see, just then I was trying to control it, but I didn't realize I was not on the thing, so I wasn't able to actually move. Here we go. Nice. Nice. One more. Just need one more good hit on it. Okay, it's taking a seat here. It's gonna laser me in a second. Okay, it just cuts right through the rocks. So there's no way to avoid the laser besides being completely out of range of it. Come on. Where is it? It's behind me. Alright, so all the projectiles just pass right through physical objects. Good to know. Preemptively be repairing this because nothing else I can do there. Come on, hit one of these. It's almost done. It is almost dead. I literally just need to tap it once. Come on. Seriously? Come on. Just hit it one time. Thanks for turning me, iceberg. Got it! Ah! And away it goes. Explosive harpoons emit an EMP on hit, disrupting electronics and machinery. What the fuck is the final boss gonna be? Alright, let's try it out. I've already been doing this for a while, so I'm not gonna kill the final boss, but I will give it one attempt. Or at least I'll see what it is. Huh. What's with these rings? God, the waves here are real choppy. I got a ways to go, too. Okay, I see an island over there. Unless that's the boss. What? I'm stuck. I'm stuck in the thing here. I appear to be stuck in the boss. Can I move? What are we dealing with here? Oh, what? This is an island. The boss is a legitimate island? Oh, it's a turtle. Oh. Huh. I could get off and walk on this thing. Seas are so choppy here. This is ridiculous. Here we come. I gotta hit its eye. It is not even caring I'm here. That looks like it's on target. Nope, just missed. Well, it's not that. What do I even do with you? Oh. I was on the right track. Didn't have the right target. So choppy. Okay, so it looks like the turtle is swimming through these rings, right? Each of these rings has a weak point from the looks of things. So if I get ahead of it right over here, if I can, because I'm making very little progress as I attempt to drive through these incredibly choppy waves, I should be able... Oh, jeez. I'm glad this thing isn't in VR or something. That would be ridiculous. Okay, there we go. Momentum canceled. I hope. Should be able to topple this thing on the turtle when it comes through. That's my idea, at least. I need to have a little bit of range on this thing. Okay, it's at the previous ring, so it'll be here in a second. Oh, you can drive with this thing. Good. I thought you had to switch over to your hands. What's the point of the hands? These hands don't do anything. I need to pull back a bit. I'm getting too close to it. I need to be able to get eyes on it. There it is. Damn, it's a huge bitch. Come on. Hit it. Hit it. Thank you. There we go. Okay, is it angry at me now? Oh yeah, it's angry at me now. Oh god! It's coming for me! Is the only way to kill this thing to do that? It might be. So I gotta drag it out over here then. These things take a while to fall, so as long as it's close by, should be good. Is it moving away? Is it just following its arc? I think it'd be hard to lose something that size. Where is it? It's to my... that way. So it's... Oh god, I didn't... It's actually hard to make out. Alright, let's just move forward a little bit here, since it looks like it is going to be going for its loop. Here it comes. Nice. Alright, next one. Oh, they're all falling. Well, this is unfortunate. Oh my... What the fuck? I was not informed this turtle was a battleship. Uh-oh. 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 Let me out. Let me out. Well, that's a... That's a thing. Alright, so that is where I'm going to leave that. So, there we go. That's a bit broken. So that is What Lives Below. That name again is What Lives Below. Currently available on itch.io as a demo. And it'll be available on Steam eventually. You can wishlist it there, but it's not currently available. But yeah, that is a super interesting game. Yeah. Alright. So that's that. I'll move on to the next game, which is also available on itch.io in just a second. All right. So the next game we have here is one by the name of Meor. Now, I actually saw this one on a advertisement on, can't remember what exactly, but it's an alpha. It's a pre-alpha of a sort of voxel-based crafting, not crafting, like world crafting game. You can like sculpt the land. It's all voxel-based, and it's based on the GPU, so it's as powerful as your graphics card, effectively. Looked interesting, so I thought, why not give it a shot? Also available on itch.io. This one is like a paid thing. It's only for it's pay whatever you want. The recommended price is $4.20. So, yeah. You can also apply to get into the pre-alpha on Steam, and I imagine there will probably be demos and such of it there later on. But for now, let's try it out, shall we? Okay. So I'm probably not going to spend too long on this one because it's a very early, I guess more like a proof of concept than anything. I just thought I'd give it a shot to see what it's like. Okay, yeah, nice vast expanses. Are the clouds objects? No, I guess they aren't. It's just like over there, you can see the clouds sort of generating from the ground, which makes me think that they're objects. Let's turn off flying real quick. Got chicken brush here from the looks of things. Ah, places left click, or right click rather. I can just chuck out chickens. There's a big old cavern here. Alright, ooh. Very large cavern, actually. That appears to be a... What is that? What even is that? It's like a weird... It's got a weird ball and some kind of... Some kind of... weird flesh ball, and I have no idea what this thing is. See, okay, so I can mine out... Okay, so I'm using the pickaxe, which lets me mine out some kinds of materials from the looks of things. I can send it forward to just kind of dig, however. What even is this thing? Okay, I can place torches wherever I want. I got leaves. Ah, I see. So if you place a couple... Let me just get out of here because it's a little dark in here. If you place a couple leaves, it looks like it changes the ground type to just be like kind of greenish. But as you place more, it turns into actual tree leaves. Like solid tree leaf blocks. I bet if you went over here... You can kind of see it's like that, and then you can just add to this. And I guess you can... mine away at it. Ah, I see. So, like, clicking once sort of voxels it down to a different shape. And eventually you can get down to a singular... You remove the entire block after a certain period. Okay, yeah, I see. Alright, what else? We got sand. Which is dropping on the ground here. Okay. Maple wood. Mossed rock. Dirt. Lava. Chrome-plated steel. Oh, cool. It's got reflections. Are those... Is that real reflection? Yeah, it is. I wonder if it's running so badly because it's trying to do ray tracing. Let me see something here. I put a rock here. Right? Let's put some steel right here. What do we see? Yeah, it kind of does like a low poly rendering of the stone. Doesn't do any models. Muddy jungle roots. Water. Oh, okay. So the water isn't blocks, it's physics-based, and it appears to actually be flowing downhill to the closest downhill spot, which is right there. And organic flesh. Sick. Okay, so let's see. My buttons are tab. I can get more stuff out. Shift, fly, alt, brush size, and F, change brush. Carve. Oh, block. So I have block and carve, and if I do alt, I can activate chaos. Look at this. That's pretty cool. All right, there goes the water. Flows downhill. Okay, let's go up a little bit here. I'm just gonna try and play around with this a little. Look at that. That's actually pretty cool. So you can see, like, at further distance, it's sort of like at further distance, it's not fully rendering in the physics. So you just get the basic effect, but as you get closer, it does actually render it in, so it transforms all the stuff into how it should be acting. Which is an interesting way of doing it. Okay, let's... How does this work? Oh, you still just put down a single torch. Okay. Okay, lava is also a liquid, it appears, so it is going to filter downwards. Oh, yeah, look at this. It's going to fill the caves, isn't it? Yeah, look at that. That's cool. Let me put a torch here just so I can see what's going on. Yeah, look, the water from out there is totally flowing in and filling in these caves. That's super cool, actually. And you can go inside the voxels. Don't mind how the torches are working down here. Yeah, so the water's just filling in slowly and coming in and filling up this area. And if I had like a... I have it only a 1080. It's a fairly old card. It's getting up there. I really wish I could buy a new one, but I can't. Because fucking scalpers and Bitcoin miners stole all of them. Well, not stole, legitimately purchased, but took them from the hands of other people who would love to purchase them. Now, look at that. So, you get like a weird effect if you just put down a little bit of the wood. Just have it sitting there like that. Oh, the mossed rock. What does the mossed rock look like if I do that? It's really interesting because you can sort of meld two different kinds of surface together. Like, this is mossed rock, right? So what happens if I, like, do that? You can start to get the textures of both. It looks grody. Honestly, it looks grosser than the flesh. The flesh is like... The flesh almost looks like marble, although it does have, like, a little slick... It's got slickness to it. Like, that's actually kind of gross now that I look at it. But, like... This, the wood combined with the other stuff just makes it look like more like an actual flesh or tendons or meat or something. Oh yeah, you do that. Oh, that's perfect. Look at that. A little bit of chrome-plated steel on your wood. That's the gross shit. Give it that real shiny look. This really does feel like a world painter thing more than like a survival thing. Oh god, look at that. That's super cool to look at. But yeah, just adding a little bit of adding like a couple of things together just gives it. This is a nice way to brush it. Like you just have all these materials sort of adding together in like these little weird ways of just causing these super interesting looking effects. That's actually really cool. Like being able to world paint two different kinds of material together so it gives you a different effect. I mean, of course, once you get close to it, it doesn't look very good, but whatever. It's pretty impressive while you look at it from a distance. Like it actually looks higher res. I guess this is sort of a thing they're trying to do now. Like, System Shock, the remake, had the same effect where from far away it's high res, but if you get close, you can see it's like pixel art. I guess Valheim also does something like that, but I mean, in those cases, you have to really get close, whereas these ones you don't need to be. You can sort of see it from a very small distance because you're going to be walking around at the same range, right? Okay, so let's do some real chaos. Like I said, this was just going to be a quick peek, a little look at this thing. I just want to see what happens if I do this. All the way up above the sky. All right, ready? Okay, 32 is the max. Oh, it actually placed on the clouds. So I was right, the clouds are blocks. And I can overwrite the sky with clouds and make it rain. Yo, God, my graphics card is starting to really kick up because it's working hard right now. It is working. It is doing its damnedest to try and figure out what to do with all this liquid. Well, the chickens are having fun. Yeah, like look, just it's trying. It's trying. Okay, I can't fault it. The game is is trying real hard right now. There's that ball of flesh or whatever that is. What even is that? That's got to be the ball of. What is that? Is that the ball? No, it's not the ball of organic flesh. I think it's the. Yeah, it's the. No, it's not the moss rock. It was that other one I tried using. It was the muddy jungle. No, it's not that either. What is that? How did I even do that? Oh. Oh, so you can just toss random items. Ah, okay. So tapping C throws random stuff. Holding C tosses chickens. That's how it works. Up into the sky we go on my wonderful chrome. Look at all that water. It is trying its hardest. It knows it shouldn't be doing this. And when I'm down at the ground, I can't tell. Like when I'm here, I can't tell it's not doing it. But if I were to get over to like here, I'd see it all flowing away. But when you're up in the sky, you can totally tell. Okay, yeah. Very cool. So I'm not 100% sure where this is going to be going. If it's just a world painter, That I feel like that might be a little disappointing, but I feel like it makes sense because if you're gonna do all this stuff, you want to have the ability to use your graphics card up to the full power. You want to really push it in order to get it working and show off like all this dumb stuff you can pull off. Let's fill this with lava. Oh, I'm sinking into the lava. Oh no. Alright, so this thing's gonna be filled with lava. Just nice big old pit of fiery doom. So what happens when it mixes here with some water? We get rock. Just normal rock, it looks like. Okay. Seems cool. Oh, there's a big old cave down here too, huh? Look at that. That's a big old cave. This is a big old cave. Wow. Look at this thing. If I wasn't flying around, this would be a nightmare to walk in. Just a huge cavern with lava. Look at this. This is so cool looking. Legitimately, it looks really, really impressive. Ignore the voxel water dripping down the side on my side there. And the one chicken that somehow found its way here. How did you get here, buddy? How did you even find your way here? But yeah, okay. That, I think, is about all I really can show of this. Like, it's a very, very, very early version of this game. Whatever it does wind up being, it seems like it'll be pretty cool. It has a lot of interesting technology behind it. Although, on the one hand, I feel like if it just becomes a, like, landscape painter thing, it might be a little limited. But I have no idea what it would become. Like, a Minecraft clone is an option, but I don't know if Minecraft clones would be the best way to go. I just don't know what it will be. I have no idea what this game is, or what it will be. If it looks interesting to you, give it a shot. Like, the technology seems pretty cool, just from looking at it, and all this stuff is running on my GPU, which is pretty interesting. Yeah, alright. That is it for Meor. Like I said, that is currently available on itch.io in a pre-alpha state. You can also go to Steam, check it out there, try that out, sign up for the pre-alpha there. Yeah, that's all I got. All right, next game. All right. Next game on the list, which shockingly also has no music going, is Roadwarden, which appears to be a sort of text-based adventure game where you're in a, I believe it was like a medieval, or it appears to be like a medieval sort of setting. So let's try this out, shall we? I don't know why this title screen is silent. I feel like it should have music, but it doesn't. Why was it muted? I didn't mute it. Well, there you go. That's why it didn't have music. Anyway, this is a demo. The game is currently available on Steam in demo form, and let me actually check if it has Roadwarden. I don't know if this is out on Steam offhand. It is not yet available on Steam. You can wishlist it, but you can also download the demo to try it out. Alright, let's go. Everyone knows to stay away from the wilderness. Most people would never risk a lonely journey. Roadwardens not only accept this struggle, they embrace it. They deliver messages, assist merchants burn human corpses, and, if possible, get rid of the beasts and highwaymen. They live on the road, die young, or retire early. It's a dangerous job, but a respectable one, and it pays well. The palisade is still standing. You don't see any wolves around. There's no stench of blood. Good signs. The gate is ajar, almost welcomingly so, but the thought of spending the night in a camp such as this makes you anxious. A wooden wall may keep away the goblins and peddlers, but not dragonlings or trolls. It would be safer to search for another shelter, but it doesn't look like you have a choice. The sky is already darkening. You can hear the tired breath of your palfrey. It's been carrying you on its back since sunrise. It may not be hungry, but it needs to rest. You're far less likely to find cutthroats within these walls than to stumble upon bloodthirsty monsters while roaming through the night. I need to look around, cautiously. You are supposed to meet with a group of soldiers. This should be the place you're looking for, but you need to stay vigilant if you don't want to get into any trouble. The birds, insects, and mammals living among the trees are loud as usual. If there's anyone inside the camp, they probably didn't notice the sound of trotting hooves. Unless they're surveying the area from a concealed position, they shouldn't be aware of your presence. I want them to see that I'm not afraid. I get off the horse and enter the camp. When your heavy boots touch the ground, you realize how tired you are after the entire day of riding. Your back and legs are going to hurt tomorrow. You can already feel it. With any luck, your axe won't be needed here. All you want now is an inn with a free table, a decent chair, a nice mug of beer, and some warm stew. Perhaps another time. You notice that the road is slowly getting covered with grass. It must be rarely used. I approach the gate, ready to walk in. If it's a military camp, it doesn't look the part. Much of the space is wasted and there are barely any tents. You see some wood prepared for the campfire, but there's no fire in sight. Nothing special, really. At least the palisade looks firm. Two people are sitting at the table, one of them holding a cup. Even though you don't try to move quietly, it takes them a few breaths to even glance in your direction. Your presence doesn't seem to have made them any more energetic. The one that is closer to you raises his hand and waves to you in a greeting. His hair and beard are messy, though there are bags under his eyes. He wears a simple, dirty shirt, though his high boots look expensive, durable. A mace with a head covered in iron hangs at his side, but he doesn't reach for it. He slightly smiles. After a closer look, you realize that the second soldier is a woman. She's wearing a gamson, the most common type of armor there is, though her looks quite masculine. It wasn't tailored, though hers looks quite masculine. It wasn't tailored for a female figure. Perhaps she's not its original owner. Oops, hold on a second. There we go. Her head is shaven, a common method of treating flesh-eating bugs. She looks at you with a gentle smile, though her absent eyes make her appear drained. You can believe these two are soldiers, one of those who were left on duty for far too long. Let them speak first. It's nice to see an unharmed traveler in this godforsaken shithole, says the bearded man. Makes me just a tiny bit hopeful. His voice is strong, though not full of confidence. I'm guessing you'll be staying the night? We're soldiers, he and I, adds the armored woman. Just a moment ago she seemed to be half asleep, but now she sounds soothingly calm, tranquil. We'll do our best to keep the camp safe, but if you could take the first watch, it would be a huge help. If they're not lying, these are the people you're looking for. Though there should be more of them, an entire squad. Sure, leave it to me. Fantastic, she rubs her hands together. I don't remember when it was the last time I had more than half a night of sleep. The time before midnight should be the calmest. Just wake us up if anything happens. The man smirks. It's easy to wake us up. Just yell. He drinks from his mug. Where's your lieutenant? How would you like to approach this topic? Whenever you meet new people, you can influence how they perceive you by selecting one of the attitudes. Friendly. Assume a relaxed posture. Be supportive and cordial. Playful. Distance. Intimidating. Vulnerable. They seem tired. Let's go for vulnerable. I'm after a long journey. Can I speak with your lieutenant? The woman stands up and approaches you. There's a sword at her side, but she doesn't pay much attention to it. Her shoulders are straight, her eyes worried. It'd be me, traveler. Are you in trouble? I'm afraid there's only the two of us here, but if you're lost, we'll be happy to walk with you to the nearby inn, right after sunrise. Actually, I'm your new Roadwarden. Once you make the first impression, the attitude becomes inactive. Really? The soldier in the shirt leans forward. That explains how you got here in one piece, all by yourself. You look exhausted, adds the other person. Don't you have a mount? I have a horse. It's waiting outside. You should probably unsaddle it, shouldn't you? I bet it's tired. She looks up, thinking about something for a few moments. I assume you're not here to meet our lieutenant. Not exactly, but rather to receive the instructions he was meant to give you. I know he's expecting you. I'm Tulia. I'll be happy to help. She reaches out to you. A polite handshake. I shake her hand. I'm... The lieutenant's hand is strong, like a manual laborer's. Her grasp is confident, her shake is slight. Then she steps away. You can place your horse wherever you like, though better keep it away from the tents. We don't need the smell of its dung. Ah, that reminds me. The soldier in a shirt also stands up. We don't have one to spare. If you don't carry one, you have to use a blanket or something. That's fine. I'm used to sleeping under the stars. You turn away and, with no rush, walk towards your horse. It nervously looks around and snorts to show its discomfort. Even though you're used to spending time with palfreys, it's an impressively large creature, not only higher than you, but also massive, wide, as heavy as it is strong. If necessary, you need only a couple of confident, quick movements to sit down in the saddle, but most people wouldn't even know where to begin. From every side, it looks like an unattainable barrier of flesh. Horses are not a common sight in the Empire, and not an indigenous species either. They are brought here from the conquest in the south and can't survive in the forest by themselves. They can run for a long time, but not fast enough to escape all of the local monsters. But it's a disciplined beast, trained by the experts since it was a foal. It can keep it together. The horse is my friend. Once you show up, the horse makes a few steps towards you. It snorks again, rebukingly. It doesn't like to be left behind, even for such a short time. You scratch the bottom of its neck with confidence and energy, just the way it likes it. People avoid referring to their palfreys and pets as either he or she. All animals are considered to be monsters in disguise. Being emotionally attached to them is believed to bring bad luck. But you know that horses are different. They want companionship. They want to be taken care of. Sure, it's difficult to tame them, but at least they aren't as aggressive as wolves. You honestly don't understand how can someone reject friendship of such beautiful creatures. You move behind the gate nearby the campfire. While the riding equipment is not that heavy for such a strong animal, with enough time it uncomfortably rubs the skin. Removing the saddle alone makes the horse nicker with relief. You take a couple of minutes to examine its back, just in case. You wish it had something better to eat than just shabby grass. You should look for an inn. You haven't packed that many things, fewer than you'd wish for, and you've lost one sack while fleeing from some roaming crimson ghouls. Worst of all, you have no more rope left, but maybe the soldiers could share one. Shouldn't cost more than a dragon bone. In the saddlebags, you gathered some clothes to change, wooden dishes, a tinderbox, things to make a torch, a cape, bandages, food rations, a knife, a purse. Nothing special. After all, the heavier your package is, the more difficult it is for your horse to run. Aside from that, you have some more valuable possessions, ones that are essential for your trade. Since I'm a fighter, I've spent my savings on a decent combat equipment. I have a carefully crafted gambeson, an axe made of steel, and a reliable crossbow with quarrels. Or, I have talismans and various ingredients that help me use my magical powers, as well as a decent iron axe and an old gambeson. Or, I was a scholar and, unlike most people, I'm literate. I have instruments that allow me to write, brew alchemical potions, and mixture herbs and other ingredients. Also, I have a decent iron axe and an old gambeson. So, am I a scholar, am I a fighter, or am I a wizard? I'm thinking... How about... I'm feeling scholar. I'm feeling scholar right now. Collect your stuff and check they're in good shape. Open your inventory to see your possessions. Oh, look at this. So I got rations, money. Imperial coins are made of dragon bones cut into slices by experienced artisans. A battle axe. Cloak with a hood. Worn gambeson. Set of herbs, alchemical ingredients, and writing instruments. Collect your stuff and check if they're in good shape. You do it almost automatically, routinely. As usual, you don't find anything out of the ordinary, but you feel better knowing it. The soldiers are at the table again. They observe you and quietly talk to each other, though they don't try to hide it. They eat something out of wooden bowls. Your stomach growls. You see another wooden bowl put at a previously unused end of the table, as well as a wooden log that is meant to be used as a chair. I join them at the table to take a look at the meal. It's a half-full bowl of awfully-looking cold gruel. Common meal during times of hardship. You've eaten it thousands of times before. This specific bowl is filled with water, hog millet, some strange-looking cereal, and blueberries. You enjoy the blueberries and only them. A meal of the poor, a part of you thinks, but even you know better than this. To welcome you with something to eat, even with a humble dish like this one, is a kind gesture. Soldiers live for and with their comrades in arms, constantly on the move from one part of the realm to another, making sacrifices to protect their group as they face dozens of hideous creatures. Their lives are filled with discipline, hardship, and camaraderie. Roadwardens, on the other hand, learn how to work by themselves. They seldom engage in open combat, patrol the same roads for years. They help nearby settlements to stay in touch, but also maintain commerce, settle down, make friendships. They usually follow their own judgment. Different responsibilities, different lifestyles. She shows no sign of the previous tiredness. She's focused and carefully chooses her words, sometimes pausing to think about additional details. Whenever it happens, she glances at something in a distance, but for most of the time she doesn't avoid eye contact. I'm afraid I can tell you less than I would like to, and probably less than I should. She nods towards the other soldier. As you can see, there's not a lot of us left. At the beginning of summer, there were 8 of us, including our previous lieutenant. 5 are dead, 1 has ran away in tears. We're also strangers in this land, adds her companion. The man leans forward, his legs nervously shake. He sounds enthusiastic, like a kid who's asking a bard to sing one more story, tell a joke, or make a magic trick. Whatever it takes to escape from boredom. You realize his beard hides a much younger face than you had originally thought. What did the officials tell you when they sent you here? I expect not that much. They have no control over this land. I share what I know, or at least what I consider to be relevant. You tell the soldiers how little intel you've received. You were warned that this area is wild, dangerous, unfamiliar. It's just too far away from the city to keep it under control. In its isolation, the land became mysterious. Nobody knows how many villages, bandits, or monsters may be found in these hills and forests. There are no maps that could help you, and you've just found the last military squad that was sent here. You know that, from time to time, new people come here to look for boundless opportunities. Most of them, however, never return. Do they turn into walking corpses? Or maybe they find what they're looking for. Nobody could tell me, so I was looking for your guidance. The lieutenant drinks from her cup and crosses her legs, ankle on knees. Seeing her chair makes you doubt she'll be able to find a comfortable position. So go ahead. Where should we start? What should I know about the peninsula? Ability unavailable. It's difficult to start, so I'll just tell you all I know, says the lieutenant. How long did it take you to get here from the city? If your palfrey's decent, I would guess it would be 4, 5 days? When you confirm, she continues. The roads here are shitty, but you could get to the coast in about a day, as long as you won't make any stops. Do you know the situation? Why no ship can get here? You nod. Ships are essential for traders. Having a secure sea route allows the city officials to keep in touch with the coastal villages, collect taxes, move the soldiers around, transport lumber, bring fresh seafood. But trying to maintain order on a wild coast, such as this one, is as wise as trying to fill the ocean depths with coins. Because of the rocks. You can hardly stop a ship 5 miles from the shore, and boats can't get much closer. She nods. And I don't know much about fishing, but apparently it also doesn't go that great, so there's not that many people living at the shore. And they don't care that much about staying in touch with the city for whatever reasons. As she pauses, the man carries on. They were never hostile toward us, though. They mostly keep their distance. They never came to this camp, yet whenever we go to get some supplies to the nearby roadside inn, Clean Spear, the locals were happy to trade and to play dice. Why not go to one of the other settlements? Did they not allow your squad to enter? How are you able to gather any news? The man looks at his superior. She doesn't look back, instead staring at you. Her words are quiet, but you can sense her discomfort. Don't take it the wrong way, Oto, but are you a religious person? Let's see. I believe that people should unite their strength to overcome the threat of nature and dark magic. Everyone will be judged for both good and evil deeds. I'm part of the common church. For many years, I've supported a monastery which does its best to advance the mankind's spiritual growth, craftsmanship, herbalism, and magical research. I follow the teachings of the Church of Truth. I'm from a small village. For me, the freedom of body, mind, and soul are the main virtues of life. My community is unique and independent, and so are its members. I have a place in my free church. I follow the path of my ancestors, even though it's officially forbidden, so my beliefs may be considered sinister and treacherous by the larger religions. You'd probably call me a pagan. There's no evidence of deity's existence, and all the spiritual mysteries are explained by magic, so no, I'm not, or I don't need to answer this. I'd want to go, personally, I want to go for the jaded, like, I don't believe in God anymore option, but that's not one of these, so I'm gonna go with... I want to go with this, actually. I am an alchemist and a scholar, so I follow the old ways. Honestly, it should probably be one of these. Like, this one is probably the most reasonable one. I'll go with this one. A pagan Roadwarden? The man reacts without any hint of subtlety, scratching his head. Now I'm sure we can have a conversation. We're civilized people. Tulia seems a bit paler. Or is it just your imagination? I'm from the common church, but I'm not a priest or anything, and definitely not a zealot. An awkward pause. There was always a lot of bad blood between the pagans and the Unites of the common church, or even just literal blood. For centuries, the church has been clear. Who's not with them is against them. We've heard many gruesome stories about the atrocities committed by the priests zealous to pursue those who refuse to follow their teachings. I'm not looking for squabbles. The people here are disquieting. Every few words, she taps the table with her finger. They follow all sorts of beliefs that would need to be abandoned if they were interested in trade deals with the city. Here's an example. She starts to draw invisible lines with her index finger as if she's pointing at an invisible map. Stay on the road, ride north for a bit. When you get to the crossroads, turn left. After a few hours, you'll get to a swamp in a large village. Then ride some more as far north as you can. Turn left again. You'll get to another place that's not exactly pagan, I don't think so. It even has a priest who claims to be an eremite. So a free church. Yet they do all sorts of crazy shit there. The man looks uneasy. They use undead to cut the trees and work in the swamps. They don't even burn the bodies of their relatives. It's a terrifying place. I see. Necromancers. You've heard rumors such as this one before. Everyone has. If an isolated settlement manages to survive without a city's influence, its customs and traditions grow more and more alien. Every generation learns how to adapt to the dangerous conditions they have to deal with. Their river of faith gets muddy from the rustic pagan traditions. The common church often warns its members about the crazy druids, necromancers, and blood sorcerers who are supposedly going to bring doom upon any village that won't banish them. But as far as you can tell, these tales are usually exaggerated, even fear-mongering. Their soldiers are right, and this is the real deal. It may be interesting. You can see why we were not eager to go there if not necessary. Lieutenant smiles apologetically. I'm sure there will be more welcoming to a Roadwarden, though. The majority of the roads here are unprotected. There's almost no inns around, even fewer than there are hamlets. People need your help. The man turns a bit and points a finger to the northwest. If you're heading to this village, you'll get to an inn first. On a horse, you'll get there in less than a day, I think. Tulia nods. It's a safe place, this inn. You can talk with the innkeeper or the guards, ask them for the road. How about the east? This time she shakes her head. Hard to tell. There's a thick forest there. I saw a road that looks like a tunnel covered by leaves. We were afraid of the beasts, so we mostly stood nearby this camp or on the western roads. Any monster worth mentioning? We saw all sorts of beasts, says the man and starts to count on his fingers. Trolls, goblins, cats large and small, running birds, howlers, wolves, spiked boars, sheep-eaters, tons of griffins. But we managed to avoid the majority of them. Yes, some definitely may catch up with most mounts. Tulia looks at her companion, but you're not sure how to read her body language. Though a palfrey should be fine. There's a lot of high plants in this peninsula. Flying creatures usually stay nearby the ocean. And since there's not that many humans around, the animals are busy fighting among themselves. The man cracks his knuckles. They fight more for food than territory. Don't provoke them and you may ride fast. Just count on luck. I think that's all we have to say. Not much, but maybe you have some other questions. What happened to the previous Roadwarden? As you speak, the soldiers seem to be rather indifferent. They confirm that they've only met him a couple times, but he was only willing to speak with the previous lieutenant. After his death, the Roadwarden had stopped showing up in the camp. It was late spring, almost half a year ago. You finally ask what do they think about him. The bearded soldier is the first one to answer. Asterion was not looking for friendships, always busy, drowning in things to take care of. Even if he had spent a night or two in this camp, he would have been sitting somewhere all by himself, sharpening his sword, fixing mail, cleaning clothes. He was writing down some notes on this wax tablet of his, but honestly, I wouldn't recognize his voice now. Unlike us, Asterion never gets bored, Tulia briefly chuckles, though her voice doesn't express joy. He's a secretive man, when he needs to, but the locals talk about him warmly, so maybe he just doesn't like us. Is he dead, or did he just disappear? If anyone knows, they won't tell us, the man shrugs. Unless he's locked in someone's basement. I doubt he's alive. We haven't seen his lizard, he hasn't tried to contact us, even though we were even asking about him for a bit. No idea where he could be. If the officials have hired you, they clearly don't expect him to return. I bet something already ate him. Richer Roadwardens often use four-legged, meat-eating saurians as their mounts. They have to be tamed and trained since they're hatching, but unlike horses, they can easily defend themselves from many Imperial monsters. On the other hand, they enjoy attacking nearby targets a bit too much. They prefer to be assisted by fast, reliable palfrey. At least it won't suddenly sink its teeth into an innocent passerby. Do you know what he was looking for? Maybe he's left you some message? Neither one of us had any insight into his business, said Tulia. The previous lieutenant surely knew more. We looked through his things after he had died, but he hasn't left any clues. We also took a look at what Asterion left here. Wait! She stops for a moment and raises her hand a bit. That reminds me. She stands up, takes a few steps away, looks toward the nearby tent. Asterion has kids in a village nearby the city. I was planning to take all his things there. A purse, his backup spear, a decent bow, some potions. Quite a treasure. She finally turns back to you. But I would much prefer to bring them the truth about their father. So you want me to find out what happened to him in exchange for his stuff? Here's the catch. She dusts off the hilt of her sword. We've hired a messenger to ask the commanders for further directions. Since she hasn't returned and you know nothing about the new orders, she either ran away or something has happened to her. She sighs with resignation. Doesn't matter now. We'll wait 5 more days. On the 6th dawn, we're leaving the camp and move to the city with all the things we have. What do you think? Can you manage? If he's alive, I don't think he's going to be happy when I take away all of his possessions. True, but he's considered to be dead. If you find him, you may share with him your reward, but let's be serious. There's a good chance you'll save his life. Or maybe you'll find his body lying on the roadside. He had a male, used mostly a spear, quite a short guy, maybe 5 feet tall. Long red beard, short hair, also red, rather pale face, rarely smiles. She glances at her companion, but he shrugs. So bring him here, or find out what happened to him. If he's dead or simply left the peninsula, let me know. Just do this before the 6th dawn. She sits down again and stretches out her legs. Do you have any more questions? I lost my rope. Can I borrow one? Then you're in luck. She goes towards one of the crates and moves aside a large linen sack, then grabs a rope that was covered by it. She brings it back and nonchalantly sits down on her chair. If you want it, you can take it. I plan to leave it behind. Start trading. It's offered to you for free. Take it and offer some food in return. She leans forward and rests her arm on her thighs, looking down with clasped hands. She thinks for a moment and finally looks you in the eyes. I'd normally refuse, but we need some decent food. Every day I'm searching through our groats looking for worms and putridity. We forage, but it's not a decent spot for that. I'm grateful for your offer. It would be great to have some food rations for a foggy day. For now, the rope can stay on the table. You already know the right place for it at your saddle. What happened to the squad? The man shrugs. Bandits happened. Bandits and monsters. An unusually large group of bandits, though, his companion chips in. The man continues. When we got to the peninsula in spring, we saw a large group of people living in this camp. The lieutenant has decided to avoid it, look for an inn instead, even though we had to travel through the night for a bit. He scoffs and crosses his arms. If he had decided otherwise, we would have all died that day. The innkeeper had explained that the camp is a trap for travelers, that the people inside pretend to be soldiers. Stay there the night, lose everything you have. They're murdering people in their sleep? Julia shakes her head. Sometimes, if they had time to take care of the living prisoners, they would have sold them to pirates. I'm not sure how or where. Also, they were letting the northerners go, hoping to avoid their wrath. It kind of worked, adds the other soldier. When we've asked them for help, they refused to join us. We had to clear the entire camp on our own, and that's why the 3 of our people have died. Don't exaggerate. It's not like the lieutenant hasn't made a mistake. He wanted to get rid of them and take over their camp. But we didn't know our enemy well enough. We were outnumbered, and they had an ice mage among them. She looks at you. At least we cleared the road. We've helped, maybe saved dozens of people since then. You mentioned monsters as well? Nothing that would surprise you. Those of us who survived the skirmish were young, too experienced to spend a summer in this place without a good leader. They didn't trust me enough to stay disciplined all the way through. One of them got caught by a treant, another one decided to ignore my orders and tried to perform some sort of ritual hunt, so a werebear tore her to pieces. The last one had tried to act tough, but he didn't tell us that he has cut his arm while cleaning his gambeson. She chuckles, though somewhat ghastly. We had to cut it off, and he was so ashamed that he decided to walk north, find a new life, disappear. Idiot. What a colorful journey, the man tries to drink from his mug, but it's empty. At least you made this place safer. Barely. Tully seems tired, defeated, and who knows if it was worth the lives and effort. How did you become a lieutenant? That's not much of a story, honestly. She looks at her hand, which is currently rolling a mug over the table. In the city, there's a strict order of, how should I call it? She exchanges looks with her companion, but it doesn't look like he can help her. Well, leadership succession, I guess. The city chief selects commanders, the commanders select lieutenants, and every lieutenant puts all their soldiers in an order of priority. If a lieutenant dies, they get replaced by the next soldier in line. So you were the successor? Nah, not exactly. When we fought the bandits, our lieutenant was hit from a crossbow. His boyfriend jumped to help him, but failed to protect any of them from a spell. It was like a ball of ice that hung above them and exploded, piercing their heads, completely avoiding their shield. Really unpleasant. I'm not surprised they weren't prepared for it. She pauses. And you were the 3rd one in line, is that right? Basically, yeah. She doesn't look too enthusiastic about it. I didn't plan to become a leader, though. Thankfully, there's a good chance I'll get demoted once we return to the city. I prefer to be a soldier. After another pause, you think you could ask another question. What was your squad's mission? The The lieutenant observes you. You feel judged. You know, the usual. Making the road safe, keeping people alive. The atmosphere becomes a bit colder. I explained that it may be important for me to know what they had tried to accomplish. I can't really tell you, she hesitates. Let's just say it would be nice to have a more reliable outpost somewhere nearby. A place where you can always find a group of fighters willing to protect you in the name of the law. She wants to say something more, but quickly changes her mind. Now, if you have any other questions, anything I should know? Turns out the soldiers don't know much about this place. From what they've told you, it was built by some merchants. They wanted an extra stop for their mules and donkeys just between the inn and the southern village. There's plenty of grass here and a pond nearby. When the peninsula became more dangerous, the camp stood abandoned, from time to time serving as a shelter for travelers. It's hard to say if the bandits had intended to arrive here and inhabit this place, or if they accidentally had stumbled upon it. They came here in spring, further paralyzing the exchange of information between the northern and southern settlements. There's a chance that since these highwaymen are no more, the current situation may reverse. Time will tell. The city would need more people to accomplish this, those willing to get rid of those local threats, such as myself. You can sleep here wherever you want, the man concludes their tale. They don't expect to wake up without a pain in your back. If you're me, where would you go next? The man quickly answers, to the inn, definitely. He grabs his empty mug. The one northwest from here. If you can't afford a decent room, you can lay down in the main hall, free of charge. Ooh, convenient. Sometimes the locals gather there. It's the main refuge between the eastern and western roads. They should be able to tell you about this and that, or at least you'll have a chance to introduce yourself. The innkeeper knows many souls. Any tips on how I can make a good first impression? She smirks. Avoid cheap jokes, stick to business. Don't waste his time. Share to him that you can be relied on. It's getting late. We should probably go to sleep. I agree. And may you do better than Asterion did. Stay vigilant. She winks at you. It looks weird. I stand up and prepare for the night. It feels nice to walk again, but it would be even nicer to lay down and close your eyes. You approach your horse to make sure it feels comfortable, but apparently it's already napping. It won't be alerted for an hour or so, maybe you can finally lay down and truly rest. You want to check if your equipment is fine, but once you start unpacking, you realize you've already done it just a couple of moments ago. You go to the barrel and splash water in your face. It makes you even more aware of how much you need a bath. You survived quite a long journey and reached an unfriendly area. Your first success as a Roadwarden. I said I was going to take the first watch, so what do you want me to do? The man is eager to guide you. Just look around for a couple of hours. A lot of griffins run around, though they won't try to jump over the palisade, probably. Better watch out for the apes. They climb well and can carry out any food or trinkets they can find. And there's this one really loud werefolk that comes close to the wall, but he's never tried to get in. He points at the gate. Lieutenant and I will soon block the entrances. They're quite heavy, so if anyone comes here and looks for shelter, better call us to help you out. It almost never happens, though, and if someone is chased by wolves or anything, better throw them the rope instead. He scratches his head. If it gets cold, feel free to make a fire, and the most comfortable place to look around is on the watchtower. You may want to put a blanket there or something. The watchtower? He looks at you for a little while, clearly confused by your question. Oh, here! He turns toward the pile of crates. Just jump up to the tallest one. You'll have a great view. He snickers, but you know it's not true. You won't be able to spot any movement under the southern part of the palisade. Maybe the danger tends to come from the north. You put your blanket on the tallest crate and sit down on it. From time to time, you have to change positions to avoid back pain, but it's not that bad. You may be tired, but you do your best to stay awake. The night is warm. The sporadic summer breeze brings around nothing but gentle refreshment. Since there are not that many trees around, the light of the stars and moon is quite enough to follow the major movements and recognize various shapes, including a great stack of wood nearby the gate. During your watch, you have a chance to see monsters of many shapes and sizes, like those three-horned deers trying to challenge one another. But before they can clash their antlers, the predators appear. It's quite a spectacle. Two large mammals loudly try to intimidate a two-legged feathered lizard, which leads its much smaller offspring. Ultimately, both sides slowly walk away, not willing to risk the fight, nor to admit their defeat. You hear death screams of distant prey and mating calls of forest monkeys. Running birds are chasing small mammals. A group of musk oxen lazily chews the nearby grass, preparing themselves to sleep. Weirdly enough, you see a raccoon dog running together with a lynx, acting rather playfully. You know to yourself that apparently such companionship is a thing, but you don't think it's a crucial piece of information. Thankfully, you never have to intervene. You just sit there watching the forest, trying to outlast your sleepiness. You can only guess how much time has passed. Once you feel you've had enough, you climb down and go to a tent. A couple of words were all it took to wake up the man. You confirm that nothing important has happened and prepare to sleep. You aren't used to sleeping in such harsh conditions, but it's better than nothing. The weather is quite pleasant, maybe you won't catch a cold. The stars instantly inspire your dreams, both with their splendor and by making you look for patterns and shapes among them. Your job, or maybe an adventure, starts tomorrow. You can't help but think about the things you were asked to do by the commanders that hired you. I think about the real goal. The city officials want to take control over this realm. You're not only meant to protect the locals, but, even more importantly, explore the peninsula. Find valuable spots that would convince the merchants to organize a new trade route. Figure out if there are any precious resources that can invite more settlers. You need to talk with people who live here and get to know them, maybe even convince them to collaborate with your employers. Could the locals resist the arrival of soldiers? Are they going to oppose the laws of the common church? Are there any activities that need to be eradicated, such as blood sorcery, necromancy, robbery, or slavery? At least I have time. I need to be as thorough as I can. Once you finish your reconnaissance, you should return to the city and report back to the commanders. Then you can collect your reward. I'd have different payment options. Let's see, I need money to help someone I care about. They're going to pay me a lot. I'll retire and live in prosperity and safety. I'll be responsible for the new trade route. I'll become an important person. I'm going to be the one who's going to bring peace and order to the realm. I just want to help people. If I can make this area safer, I'm going to do it. Or, I have a difficult past. Difficult past! Your half-woken senses are catching the sounds of the wild forest, all the roars, whimpers, howls, and singing. Your instincts keep you alerted and anxious, though the pleasant, humid late summer air slowly evens it out. You're thinking about your goal, but you need to gather your strength. All I can do now is rest. So I lose a life because I'm sleeping on the blanket. Oh, interesting. So it's showing me what I'm seeing. You're surrounded by sunlight. Your back begs you to stand up. Before you wake up. Hello. Before you're fully awake, you smell a roast. No, a burning meat. A burning rotten meat. Disgust slowly crawls toward your consciousness. You stand up. Normally you would dust off your cape and blanket, but the sound and stench of fire invite your survival instincts, which are stronger than your routine. Your horse is standing, nervously looking around. Your bags are where you had left them. The fire is not in the camp itself. You see an open gate. This is Roadwarden. It's a very text-heavy, role-playing game. Both soldiers are standing nearby a pyre, as humble as a pyre can be. The man looks at it quietly, contemplatively. Tulia is the first one to turn towards you. Ioto, she greets you with a nod. We use the horse's manure for the fire, so don't worry about cleaning it up. You see a body among the flames. It's impossible to tell if it belongs to a male or female, but you guess it was an adult. The burning process won't be over for a couple more hours. A traveler or an undead? The latter. She must have been woken up just recently. There was not enough magic in her to let her understand that she can't get inside the camp without climbing. I took her down with a spear from a safe distance. She sighs. If she had been affected by one more fog, she'd have become a real danger. Even now, it took a couple of hits to knock her down. Sooner or later, every human body wakes up, gaining more strength with every soul it devours and every moment it spends in the fogs. Burning the dead is not just a religious practice, it's a necessity. Soldiers, priests, village mayors, even roadwardens. Making a large pyre takes a lot of time, but it saves lives. Tulia calls this undead a she. Interesting. Most unites hesitate to do so. Time for me to go. Running away from the reek, huh? I don't blame you. She sneers and walks with you for a few steps. Remember, if you manage to find out what has happened to Asterion, we're here for 5 more days. Feel free to come back if you find no place to sleep, or we can help you somehow. Shake hands. She smiles. Once again, her grip is firm and confident. It was nice to meet you. Good luck on the road. Good luck on the road. An old farewell which became infamously mocked in a number of songs and tales. It's seldom used without ironic undertones, yet you don't find any hint of sarcasm in Tulia's voice. You wonder how many acts of kindness like this one you're going to experience in the following days. She returns to the pyre. You somehow miss the fact that your mount is already prepared for travel, saddled and after a warm-up. You double-check the equipment, but it looks like you don't need to fix anything. The soldiers wanted to do something for you in return for your assistance during the night watch. Normally, preparing any palfrey for a long journey takes a lot of time. You still hope to find a good spot to make a stop later on. If a horse gets no hay and is forced to graze on a wild grass, it can eat for over an hour at a time before it feels full. You gather your possessions and prepare the things that need to be always at hand. You put on your armor and make sure that your axe is safely attached to the belt. You sit in the saddle. The horse snickers, happy to travel with you. It's time for you to get on to the crossroads north from here. So use the leave button to see the map. Oh, okay. Travel to the city and end the adventure? Actually? It's still early in the morning and you don't expect to meet any travelers. The warm summer breeze lures your mount forward, and it's happy to trot for a bit. Usually you ignore all the noise that birds make during the daytime, but right now even their singing strengthens the guise of serenity. After just a couple of minutes, you start to hear annoying screeching ahead of you, with hints of gurgling. It's high-pitched, spasmodic, clearly coming from a whole bunch of throats. You quickly recognize it, and after getting closer, your eyes confirm what you've expected. It's a large group of wild griffins, wolf-sized, four-legged omnivores that merge features of mammals and birds. The front parts of their bodies are covered with vivid feathers, while their rears have darker furs. Their wings seem massive, making them impressive jumpers, but they're too heavy to fly. Even though griffins live in packs, they don't get along easily. Each one of them has a different size, coat, and colors, and their temperaments are just as mixed and varied. They constantly fight over their social status, and it looks like you've encountered some sort of a family quarrel. About 24 of them are occupying the middle of the road, yelling, brawling, and chasing each other around. They should stop once they get hungry. You can't blindly enter the forest. If those or other creatures chase after you, a thicket may be disastrous for a horse. There are good reasons why Imperials try to stay as close to the main roads as possible, and why the adventurers stay in groups. Usually, the safest approach would be to stay where you are and just wait for this pack to move somewhere else. It may, however, take even a couple of hours. You're thinking about your conversation with Tulia. You don't have much time to find Asterion. Unique dialogue option. Oh! So I had the option of waiting it out, or trying to make a break for it with my axe, or, because I'm a scholar, I can mix black powder with Gladden and dried skunk sorrel from the bag, ignite it, and throw it at the griffins. Cool. Most Imperials feel aversion towards black powder, and even you feel like you should be extremely careful when you touch it. The odor of both plants that you want to use makes you feel dizzy, but what's more important is that the griffins have wolf-like sensitivity to smells and noises. Many people consider them to be aggressive, dumb beasts that can barely be tamed when they're young, but you're well aware that the real issue is their fear. It's just really easy to startle them. Making a smelly bag doesn't take you long. You slowly walk forward, toward the pack, but only a couple of its members even turn their heads toward you. Finally, you ignite your missile and throw it forward. At first, the creatures surround the source of fire, but quickly start to growl in disgust, even putting their beaks to the ground. They flee, allowing you to continue your journey. Oh, I got an achievement. Oh, cool. The road splits. According to what the soldiers have told you, you may find a safe inn by turning left. When you look to the right, the forest seems lusher, even wilder than you'd expect. Kids used to have this song. How did it go? The harshest pathway leads to the dragon's lair. To those who look for treasure, do you truly dare? Quite fitting. The signpost in front of you doesn't make your situation much clearer. It was put here by someone who can't write, for folks who can't read. Covered in old red paint, it points east. Blood there, as people say. Danger to be found. There's nobody to ask for guidance. What's my horse's name? Soda. Soda seems peaceful. Maybe it can't help you choose a path, but you've spent with it many years now. You strike its hair, knowing that as long as you don't try to charge on a troll, you can count on it. It cheerfully nickers and makes a couple of steps as if it's more than happy to continue. I can make for the inn or an unknown place. The road is in decent shape. Soda trots with ease, while you keep an eye on your surrounding forest. There are occasional branches covering the route, but they don't bother you. The sporadic stone slabs make the hooves louder, but the sounds of birds and the distant howling don't bother you yet. The forest is slowly getting thinner, and in result also brighter. You can easily keep an eye on the animals running through the trees. The first thing you notice is a stone tower, taller than the trees. After another minute, you recognize it's part of a larger structure, a massive building surrounded by a wall. Taverns like this one are quite common in wealthy regions, filled with travelers and merchants, but you wouldn't expect a place of this size in a forsaken peninsula. Building them requires months or even years of labor since it involves the transportation of the stones and lumber from other areas, and the workers need to set up temporary shelters for themselves. No wonder the road here in such wide and decent shape. What especially catches your attention is the current state of both the walls and the building. They're coated, with no cracks, no larger holes. To get such a coating, one needs to boil limestone with animal fats, what results in a material that ensures a decent water protection, and it's not even white. It was somehow colored with reds and browns. Someone has put a tremendous amount of effort into this project and clearly meant to make this investment as lasting as humanly possible. 3 armed people are standing on top of the wall, gathered nearby the gate. Though this place could hide dozens of people inside, no signs of smoke, no visible light. The gate is closed. The guards observe you, but you are not close enough to judge their intentions. They're partially covered by the ramparts, so you wouldn't be surprised if they had a set of spears and bows close at hand. They wear gambesons, and each one of them dyed differently: yellow, green, and linen gray. The woman in yellow leans forward. She has a long, curly red hair, disorderly pointing in every direction possible. This combination of colors doesn't work at all. In the woods, it would take loud shouting to draw as much attention. Still a fair distance between the two of you, but she speaks loudly. I haven't seen such a horse for years now. I just said it's weird to see such a large jackass, huh? Her voice is enthusiastic, young and strong, and her accent reminds you of the hamlets spread around the city. Fairly intelligible to you. But no jackass would wear a saddle, I'd say. She exchanges a few words with a male guard wearing green, then turns to you again. Oh, this one here says there are some donkey saddles or something. Say, traveler, how hard is it to ride a horse, really? You stop a couple steps from the gate. Quite hard, honestly. You want to try? She gasps. Seriously? Just a moment. She disappears behind the wall, and soon after that, the gate is opened. You ride in and dismount. A couple of people, some of them carrying weapons, surround you, pointing at your mount and commentating on its appearance, though they keep a bit of distance, stepping away whenever Soda gets a bit closer. The guard in yellow gambeson is the only one who steps forward. She raises her hands as if to pet your palfrey, but doesn't touch it, seemingly afraid. It looks smaller from above, she loudly whispers. How do I even get there? Well, it's not easy. If you're not confident what you're doing, better use a stool, or I can support you. She finally touches the animal, though it seems completely disinterested in what's going on. I'm not scared, the woman says with a smile. Maybe another time, when I wear something lighter? You nod and engage in a bit of chit-chat with the entire group, discussing what it takes to take care of a horse. Finally, the red-haired woman leads you under the roof, where your palfrey can rest tethered with a cord to a wooden post, nearby an old hay. Once you're ready, go inside. Maybe you're hungry? I'm sure our boss would like to speak with you. The other guards return to taking care of various chores. Most of them peek at your mount every now and then, but for the most of the time they're splitting firewood, cleaning their clothes, weeding the garden patch. 2 of them are making a rope. You head toward the entrance. New shelter unlocked. A lot of talking. The air here is a bit stuffy, and the short of natural light immediately leads your eyes to the windows, currently covered with shutters. While the walls are made of coated stones, the whole room is filled with wood. The floor, ceiling, utensils, and almost every piece of furniture seems to share their colors. So someone spent a lot of time in Animal Crossing just perfecting their build for this. One spot that completely stands out is the fireplace, which also serves as an oven. Weirdly enough, it was built next to a wall. You're used to seeing hearths placed in the middle of a hall, but you can imagine that in such a small inn it wouldn't be very convenient. Maybe it helps the warmth to stay inside during the colder months. A man is sweeping the floor nearby the stairs. Once he realizes that a new guest has arrived, he glances at you and heads behind the counter. "You're lucky to show up." His voice is soft and calm. "I have a keg of decent ale, full of tastes, wormwood, bog myrtle, juniper berries, cat's foot." He takes a mug, carefully fills it, and puts it on the countertop. "It's going to spoil soon, today maybe, and we don't drink here before the even. I hate to see good ale going to waste." Approach the counter and take a better look at the innkeep. Every step you make results in a creaking plank, so you subconsciously slow down a bit, looking for ways to make less noise. You could swear that the innkeeper was walking quietly. He is currently standing in a well-lit area. His skin is dark, almost purple, rare even among the exotic tribe. His skin is dark, almost purple? Rare even among the exotic tribes that migrated to the Empire after the war. His hair is also naturally bluish. He hides his emotions well and observes you with attention, possibly judging your every movement. His clothes are not a usual attire that people wear during the manual labor. The elegant tunic could work well even among the townsfolk, and his accent is almost city-like, quite familiar to you. While his tone is confident and unexpressive, he struggles to maintain any sort of eye contact. "Here you go." He pushes the mug forward. "But just so you know that my clean spear doesn't belong to the city. You can sleep on the floor if you wish so, but if you want a better meal, you'll have to pay. We may have some leftovers from dinner, but that's unlikely." "I won't stay here for long. I explain who I am." He nods and fills another mug, this time with water. "I guess there's no point in waiting for Asterion, then. I'm glad to see someone willing to take his place. Even my crew here hits the road only if they need to see an herbalist. They're more than resourceful. A Roadwarden's always going to find a work here in the north, especially in the western villages." He takes a mouthful of water and drinks it with a pleased sigh. "There are no guests here at the time, or hardly ever, to be honest. But I can take a short break." He tries to maintain an eye contact, though only for a brief moment. "I value my time. I bet you value yours. What can I do for you?" I drink the ale. The room is too dark for you to judge the color of the liquid stored in a mug made of dark wood. Your nose brings an imagery of plants and freshness of a meadow in spring, but also an unpleasant sweetness. The first sip is chaotic. Something just doesn't work here. You realize that while the brewer has used a lot of valuable herbs, the licorice makes the final result jarring. Now you know why there's so much left. Still, better than water, and feels fancy. Maybe it takes an acquired taste. The innkeeper nods. "I won't lie to you, stranger. I'm really glad to see someone willing to patrol the roads. There's something that bothers me. Maybe you'll be able to help me with something." "There are brigands somewhere in the woods. I know they won't attack this place, regarding ourselves like a stronghold. One day they may steal a fur cargo of ours. Can't allow this to happen." He taps his fingers on the table. "You should ride to Howler's Dell, a village northwest from here. It's the largest settlement around. I'm sure you'll get there sooner or later. Ask Thais, the mayor, about Glaucia, the bloodthirsty wolf that's leading this band. I've heard some rumors about her raids on the villages in the north. She really is ready to break the truce with the locals. I'm willing to join forces with them to get rid of her and her band." He makes a fist, looking at a nearby coin. "Not too difficult, right? Just do it when you have the chance. I don't think a couple of days are going to make a difference. I'll pay you 2 coins when you get back with the news. Fine?" I nod. "Great. What else do you need?" I'm looking for Asterion, the previous Roadwarden." "Are you now?" As he speaks, the innkeeper goes to a nearby table, sits down in a chair, and gestures for you to join him on the opposite side. "It's not that you shouldn't ask me. I just don't think I'm going to be of much help." He rests his elbow on the tabletop and quietly grunts to clear his throat. "But I do want you to find him, believe me. I'll tell you everything I can." When asked about the reason why he wants to find the Roadwarden, he answers slowly, measuring his words. "Asterion and I have made a deal, one that was quite risky on my part. Well, still very promising. Last time I was here, he took my 50 dragons. My half of the investment." He makes a fist and anxiously knocks on the table. If you find my coin, or at least find out what happened to the guy, I'll make sure you won't be disappointed with bringing me such news. Do you think Asterion could run? He raises his hand and gestures for you to stop. In case the deal ain't off, let's not dive into it just yet. People know I don't talk about their secrets. I want to keep it that way. He smirks, brings me the news, and we will return to this topic. He involuntarily looks at a window, but the closed shutters are not much of a distraction. Eventually, he spends most of the conversation observing the floor. And yes, I thought about the whole stealing thing. I just think Asterion ain't the kind of person that would do such a thing. For him, it wasn't much of a fortune, and I'd risk to say he'd earned my trust. Not only mine, you know. It's easy for a Roadwarden to make connections. He always had places to go, things to take care of. He rubs the table with his thumb as if he tries to clean an invisible stain. I've asked travelers. I've sent a couple of my pals and gals to find him. No real news. I know he stood for a day in White Marshes, and was meant to do something for the people there. There's a village in Northwest. Just stay on the main road. You'll get there before dusk. So, will you know once you find anything? I will. What else you need? I can eat something. Got any leftovers? Luckily for you, we do. If nobody eats them, I'll give them to our boar. I won't share them for nothing. Before you ask what his price, he tells you to wait. He leaves the building, and once he returns, he's holding a wooden bucket and a long stick ended with a hook. Go through the gate and turn left. You'll see a whole bunch of bushes. We need some of the berries that grow there. Bring me one bucket. Should be done half an hour or so. Your horse will wait until you're done. We'll brush it nicely, and I'll prepare something to fill you. The hook catches your eye. It's not made of metal nor wood. It's not made of metal nor of wood. It's a long, curved claw, almost completely black. Half an hour? That's quite a bit of time for some berries. The tools are cold, not too heavy. You notice a pair of thick gloves on the bottom of the barrel. The bears are one thing, the innkeeper unpleasantly smirks. The snakes are the real problem. Just take your time and protect your hands. Use this hook to push the leaves aside. If there are any animals around, push them away. They won't eat you, just don't get too close or you'll get bitten. I'm sure you know how to be patient. Fine, I'll go. Go outside, forage for berries. The innkeeper knew what he was talking about. You put on the gloves and slowly look through the bushes from a safe distance. It doesn't take long before you notice the first serpent lying on a large rock somewhere in the thicket. Creatures are not that large, and even if some of them hiss at you or start to move closer, the jabs of the hook keep them at a distance. You don't know much about these berries. They're round and reddish. You wouldn't trust such a color even if you weren't desperately looking for food in the wilderness. The plants don't have thorns, but the leaves are harsh, and you make sure to cover your skins with clothes. You have to look through many bushes to fill the bucket, but the presence of insects and snakes doesn't allow you to be bored. Definitely frustrated, though. You gathered a buckful of berries. You finish to return to the courtyard. Two of the guards participate in a friendly skirmish. Their wrestling is accompanied by a nearby crowd. The common room is quite dark, but the counter is lit with candles. The innkeeper is cleaning your set of metal tools and ladles. Brought you those berries. Great. He takes the bucket from you and peeks inside, then puts it on the nearby table. I got the cabbage stew for you. It's nice. I had a goose on hand. I'd serve it even to merchants, if there would be any left in the north. The meal is still warm and tastes much better than you'd expect. Not only the meat isn't overcooked, the entire meal seems to be well seasoned. I told you before that I usually don't have anything to share, but feel free to ask if you ever stop by. You may be lucky, and I was cooking my whole life. I thank him for his invitation. How'd the old hook of mine work out for you? You didn't get bit or anything? I gave him the hook. Takes the tools from you and nods. Need anything else? Well, that'll be all for now. Okay, let's leave. Okay, let's check my journal here. I want to go to Howler's Dell and White Marshes, which is northwest. It doesn't take long before you realize that you're riding uphill. The road starts to meander, slowing you down and forcing you to pay close attention not only to the forest, but also to the tight, rocky passages. You can't help but notice that some of the areas you ride by would make a great highwayman hideout or spot for an ambush. The ruined village. The gate in front of you is completely destroyed, and you have no doubt that the village had long been dead. You hear no voices, no tools at work, no steps. There are partially collapsed roofs behind the palisade above which dozens of birds loudly fly, flutter, sing, and squawk. In the east, you see an old, oddly barren field. The nearby building is almost completely burnt to the ground. You can go north through the broken gate to enter the village. The sound of a gentle river comes from the east, where you see a simple wooden fence. At one point, it was surrounding a pasture, now completely overgrown by a lush meadow filled with crickets and small rodents. If you want to travel any further, you need to either ride around the palisade or move directly through the village. Taking a closer look at the ruins will require quite a bit of time. Let's look at the building. The structure is severely damaged. Broken logs and planks are black from the fire, while the wooden walls are rotted and covered in moss. You see no ashes or dust, so it looks like the fire has happened long ago. The smell is awful, but there's not many reasons to stay for long. You see almost no furniture, just some broken shelves. It looks like a storage room, not a house. If there were any valuable odds and ends left behind, they were taken away by scavengers. The palisade seems to be in good shape, and the gate wasn't even touched by the fire. It was torn away, possibly thrown. The force that had to be used must have been huge, but you'd expect that it would push the entrance into the village, not away from it. You don't see the marks of a dragon bite jaw. A troll could grab the planks and throw them behind, but you can't really see any paw prints after so many years. A mage? You can't really tell. Southwest part of the village. The buildings here are made of wood, now charred and rotten. The roof and walls of the one in the west have collapsed. You find remains of clothes, furniture, odds and ends, all of them useless. The one in the east was damaged so much by the fire that the interiors are now buried by the roof and the fallen second floor. You find no way to get inside, but it's possible that there are still valuable remains to be found. Removing all the debris would be a huge task. There are multiple holes and scratches in the walls, especially claw marks around the door and window frames. They could belong to a dragonling or a large wolf, larger than the gray ones, or a ghoul. Too many options to make a guess. Let's go to the main square. In every village, the central square is the fanciest area, meant to show the settlement's good side to the merchants and visitors. Yet this is way more than you've expected. The houses are huge, almost like in the city, and the paved square has consumed a lot of stones, as well as effort to properly shape them. The walls are made of coated wattle, and while they are currently charred and filled with holes, they were a sign of the owner's status. Same goes for the tiled roofs. You peek inside the three smaller buildings, which are now just rotting skeletons of their former splendor. You make quite a commotion when you find dozens of bird nests. There are also feces that can belong to many animals, the residents and predators alike. But you don't find even a single coin, nor a tool or a piece of furniture that would be left unbroken or unrotted. You're surrounded by bad smells, dirt, and garbage. The well also stinks. There's no bucket nearby, but you'd be afraid to use an abandoned source of water. Who knows how many birds have relieved themselves inside, or how many old rats have found their death while climbing up the walls. I prepare my axe. You step cautiously, listening, but the ubiquitous presence of birds makes it impossible to hear anything from the inside. The double doors are open enough to let you take a peek. It looks like a cellar-like entrance hall, with flickering light of a candle. You see no signs of burnt wood and no smell of putridity, though there's an unpleasant whiff of urine. The wooden chest and a couple of barrels were clearly destroyed by people, not time. You think about a good way to see the other half of the room without putting yourself in danger, but the man's voice you hear proves that your presence is not unnoticed. I didn't want to come to this, but stay where you are. Whatever you put inside, be a shoe, a hand, or a damn thinker, you'll get a bolt in it. Don't hurt me, I'm not looking for trouble, I'm a Roadwarden. Don't you try to fool me, stranger, he scoffs. Nay wimp becomes a roadster. No, you won't come here if you didn't know you can handle it. Oh, interesting. So I actually failed that initial check. He pauses for a bit, his tone a bit more commanding. You can enter, but slowly. If you aren't an outlaw, you're safe. But even if you are, my little ballista is all pulled in ready. But you won't do anything stupid, hey? Just leave your arms out, I want to see your hands. The man's voice is shaking a bit. Getting used to his accent may be tricky, but you have to think about some of the words he uses to understand what he means. You could be from a distant south, maybe even middle mountains. Still, you shouldn't be able to understand each other, at least as long as you don't speak too quickly. You don't hear any other movements, breathing, voices. It could just be a lost traveler. Even highwaymen need comrades to protect them on the road. You lean your axe against the doorframe and make sure that your knife is well hidden. You hesitantly walk inside. The dense smell of urine hits you with full force. A couple of candles lit on the stairs allow you to look around, though you mostly see tools and utensils in front of the linen tent, as well as plain rubbish spread everywhere in sight. The road to the upper floor seems to be blocked by the collapsed roof and loose wooden beams. There are scraps of rusting iron on the ground attached from now destroyed barrels. Such metal parts can be worth quite a bit. You've met a scavenger, it seems. He's sitting on a blanket in front of the tent, pointing at you with a loaded crossbow. Not a large man, not a tiny one either, though a bit thin. He's tanned, dark-haired, and saw a fair share of struggles. There's a long cut scar on his left cheek and another one above his right eye, which normally would divide his eyebrow in half. However, his eyebrows were seemingly consumed by the fire that also touched his forehead. His clothes are in no way marked with vanity. He's barefoot, in a dirty linen shirt with rolled-up sleeves and simple pants that use a cord instead of a belt. The long beard and hair could have been trimmed sometime in the past, but they currently look wild and neglected. Sit on the stairs, I'm not a threat. You wipe the dust off the steps, but before you sit down, you hear the man's annoyed voice. Now don't get too homely. It's the only place that wasn't turned to ashes and debris, and I nae sharing it. You better ride ahead. There isn't anything of value left. I already piled up here anything that hasn't rotten. The candle lights are dancing on his burnt face and arms. He moves his crossbow a bit, just enough to make sure he won't shoot you by accident. I saw your horse. Maybe there's a chance you could help me, What are you looking for in this place anyway? You don't sound like you're from the north. I wanted to look around, see what caused this place to collapse. I don't know, but I saw enough places like this one to know it doesn't matter. There's no turret or skeletons around that need to look at. Who cares? Someone was barking too loud, more so beasts have broken through and made them quiet again. Clicks his tongue with frustration. Birds attack villages when they deserve it. Talking about it brings bad luck. He shrugs. So listen. He nervously scratches his thighs, then loudly sighs. I'm hungry, so damn hungry. I sometimes go out, but I can't hunt or fish with all the ape men around. Can you share anything, Roadster? Maybe a dritter, but I wouldn't beg if I had not lost my bags on the road. You can add water and make a gruel out of this. How much do I have, anyway? Oh, I'm out of rations. Okay. Thank you. I'll boil some water later on to make it taste a bit better, but... After a moment of hesitation, he grabs one of the apples and continues with full mouth. Without your help, I will go for some bird hunt with my ballista. But I need to save my bolts for the ape man. And because of the apes, I can't roast anything, and raw meat makes me want to puke. Also, they sometimes go outside in sunlight. After a couple of solid bites, he puts your gifts in 2 wooden bowls. Now, Roadster, can I do anything for you? What can I offer you to convince you to help get out of here? I'm looking for another warden, a man named Asterion. I met him, but surely heard his name many times. Vanished long before I got to the coast. At first, people were asking about him, then they stopped. I think he's dead. Where do you want to travel now? Let me explain first, right? I was in Howlersdale, the closest village in the east and north. And old people are nice, you know? Not like old Paggles. Those are all boring and glimmering than a crow. But they cry coin for everything they have, and damn good coin. I left, wanted to look around, see if there's anything left. Then moved to Clean Spear and hired the hunters to help me here. No luck. A bunch of griffins jumped on my mount. It was a fine bird, the pack beast of mine. Just recently I bought it. He spits on the floor. Fast and nimble, but not brave enough to focus on words when all that screeching and scratching started. So I ran away with most of my bags. I fell on the ground and pulled them here, but you see how it looks. I'm not going to travel around with a tent on my back. I need maybe a day more, it's just a day, I think. I have all the iron scraped from the barrel so I can move forward, but I have no way to take all the things I have. Once I leave the ape-man, I'm going to break in and steal all my shit. Puts his hands on his waist. I need to stay here, and I was hoping... Since you have a horse, can you come back tomorrow and help me return to Howlersdale? I just need to know that the road is safe. Safe as it can be, I mean. What exactly do you want me to do? I need you to make sure there's no danger hiding on the road from here to Howlers. Or rather, I'm sure there is a danger. But as long as you can get there and safely return, I'm sure we can handle some roaming monsters. He theatrically rubs his hands together. This crossbow has hit more lizard skulls than I have fingers, and I'm near a lot of finger, Roadster. Maybe to prove it, he starts to count all the tasks on his fingers. So see if the road there is clear, then come here tomorrow. We'll pack my staff on your horse and move out. But don't come when it's close to evening. We're going to need maybe even 3 hours on our feet, and I won't push through the night. Even sleeping next to the ape-man tribe is safer. He chuckles. And don't make me wait for too long. I can wait for a couple of days if I find some food, but if you won't return, I'll have to risk it no matter what. Okay. Why Howler's Dell? I mean, I see your point, but I never saw that inn. I don't know they can afford all that iron, or that they take it at all. I need coins to find a handy bunch that would walk south with me, and I need new staff and bolts. I know the village is a nice place. They even have a smithy of sorts. I had a chance to take a look around. It's a large inn, safe one. They seem to be rich and have enough hunters to guide you south. You can use iron to barter. Well, it's easier to get there, I guess. Fewer spots to be surrounded by ghouls. If you're sure that's the best option, fine. I trust the Roadster's judgment. I don't work for free. I have ways to pay you, don't worry. I can give you a bit of money. I have to sell the iron first, so you'll need a bit of time, you see. 5 coins for a short escort would be plenty, I'd say. If you want, I can give you a secret jar of mine. Very fine mixture that scares ape men away. When you ask if all this stench of urine is somehow related to the potion, he just winks and chuckles. I'd also like to hear what you know. He seems surprised. I mean, aye, sure. But I don't have connections there, you know. Just me eyes. He starts to hum as if he wants to change his statement. You know... He makes a longer pause. When you get to Howlers, you meet a Meor there for sure. Thais. Whatever you do, don't ask her where did she get her money from, aye? She's rich, stupid rich. But don't ask her how this happened. Trust me. He scratches his beard. He doesn't look happy. Fine, it's a deal. I'll score you. Thank you, Roadster. I know you see an opportunity what's right in front of you. Just come tomorrow. I'll make it worth your time. I've heard about some bandits. Have you seen anything nearby? I've heard about some bandits, but nah, I haven't seen them. As far as I can tell, they are somewhere in the north, like a hideout. I stuck to the western road and nobody bothered me, so I can't help you. Are you sure there's no one dead? Starts to nod. I haven't seen any, but if there are any bodies left, they would have all been raised by the fogs. The locals say it's less than 10 years since the herds came here, but I don't know if anyone bothered with making the Ted gone. If not, they're all still in the forest now. He clicks his tongue with frustration. Still, I could have swear I heard some moaning a day or two ago. This is one building, you know, an old store nearby the broken gate. It wasn't searched by anyone, the roof just smashed everything of value. Maybe there's some walker in there under all the debris, waiting for the day to break through like a dragon in an egg. He looks straight at you. You better stay away. You sure there's nothing left? I've been here for a couple of days, gathered some scrap of iron. Had to detach a couple more. Almost all the remnants are devoured, you know, by time, moisture, and the damn borders. I was hoping to get back here one day with some hired muscles and move all the debris from that one store next to the broken gate. The one where the roof covered everything. Could be something of interest there, but who knows? Alright, let's get out of here. I can't. So I have to go to the northwest part. Oh god, so much talking. The small pasture surrounded by a fence is now completely overgrown. It looks like a good spot to keep the local boars around. But the large stone placed in the middle suggests it could just be a playground for goats. Who knows, maybe just an old garden. You see a couple of small sheds, a latrine, and a single wooden building in the south, completely burnt down. All of these places were cleaned up by the scavengers. Soda doesn't want to get close to the large building in the north. What doesn't surprise you? You smell the terrible stench of goblin feces and rotting food. The nearby paths are also covered with their footprints. It's daytime, so they should be asleep. If they were active, they would try to scare you off or hunt down your mount. This is their territory, and once they wake up, you will face a furious enemy. Northern Gate. You approach the northern gate. The road here is pretty bad shape, and the area nearby the gate is partially overgrown. To your east and west, you see shadowy alleys behind damaged buildings, while the south leads to the main square. I still can't travel. Take a closer look at the gate. Pushed or pulled, the gate doesn't move an inch. Looks like someone placed soil and rocks both underneath it and around it, seemingly to get the planks stuck in the ground. I want to open the gate. I approach the nearby tree. It's a massive, neglected quince tree, but you struggle to find any mature fruit you could pick. The plant looks healthy. Most of the half-dead fruits have maggots crawling on their skins. You wonder which part of this meal is more tempting for the dark-winged birds. Sitting among the branches, the flesh of the quinces, or the worms. No reason to be sad about it, though. Quinces are rarely eaten without having a chance to blet. You can safely guess that they were meant to be dried or to add taste to cookies or liquor. Just after a few moments, you realize that the bottom part of the tree just above the ground is partially charred. Someone had to oppose a torch here. An accident? The chances are small. Look into the well. Maybe at one point in time it was a well, but it was completely filled up with soil. Maybe even during the days of the original inhabitants. There's nothing here to be found. How about northeast? There are fresh human footprints surrounding both the buildings and the pit latrine. Most of them lead to the center of the village. You also find wildly growing vegetables, most of them harvested and neglected herbs, remainders of the abandoned gardens. The destroyed houses are in a pretty good shape. Their debris was partially moved outside. Scavenging here should be easy, but you don't find anything of value left. The table, cupboard, shelves, and bits and pieces were carefully ransacked. You do, however, notice a set of simple tools gathered nearby a pile of rubble. A wooden spade and a shovel, a pointed stick, a hoe with a bone head, a stone axe. All of them are too old and too awkward to bother with transporting them around, but you know where to find them if you need them in the future. The ground around you looks like a field plowed in late autumn, disturbed by hundreds of rains and snowfalls. You can spot a couple of clumps of grass and wheat, but a place like this one, abandoned for years, should already turn itself into a green lea. A barren field? Maybe it was overused, but you'd still manage some grass to sprout around. A curse? You need a mage to either confirm or dismiss this idea. The path leading west from here ends together with the field, shifting into a meadow. Then a forest. In the north, you see a passable path around the palisade. East from here, you see a road leading south and an abandoned building. Aha! You find a breach in the palisade, as well as the tracks of human footwear and way more goblin footprints. The tracks lead both inside and outside of the village, but as far as you can tell, the freshest footprints lead to the forest. The loose wooden stakes spread on the ground are rotten, covered in mushrooms, small flowers, insects, and worms. A good source of goblin food, though you'd expect they prefer to hunt for the nearby birds and their eggs. The meadow on the west quickly turns into a forest. You don't see any large plants in the north, but a grass is surrounding multiple tree stumps, already covered with moss and fungi. Going south, you'll reach a large field, but you don't see any crops growing there. Southeast part of the village. There's a small yard between the buildings and the palisade. The ground is solid, often used. The grass grows only right next to the buildings. People are either working here or playing. It would be a fair spot for dances or even combat training. The buildings are completely empty and partially cleaned up. The rubble was pushed to sides and you see no furniture other than a couple of burnt, broken pieces. The stakes of the palisades are covered with multiple carvings, maybe left by children who tried to portray monsters, weapons, and humans. There we go, now I can leave. The meadow here is especially dense and colorful, but it's not safe enough to ride through it. For a couple of minutes you lead Soda with a rope, making sure it won't suffer if one of its hoofs falls into an animal den. Being forced to travel around the palisade every time you get here is going to be a pain. Most of the tree trunks look similar and have a comparable size. They were most likely planted with the sole purpose of being cut down and used by the locals, though cutting this many trees at once. This alone could provoke the wrath of the birds. Such process should be spread among a couple of months, and you can't tell if that was the case. The clearing goes on to the west and north, but it quickly turns into a forest. In the south, you see a path leading around the palisade. There's also a road starting east of here, leading north. Pasture. Inspect the pasture in the southeast. Return to the northern gate. I have 10 hours to dusk. You don't find a single sign of livestock that has lived here in the past. If there are any bones, horns, antlers, or dung, all of them have already been taken back by the wilderness. Pasture ends at the river. On the opposite bank, the meadow quickly turns into a thick forest, impenetrable for a rider. What are the chances that a herd of defenseless animals could run there and survive? The western entrance was already open, but the breach in the southern fence gets your attention. It wasn't just destroyed by some brute force. You find axe cuts in the spots that were ultimately broken away. Were the animals set free by the attacked villagers, or were they stolen by someone who didn't want to get any closer? After all these years, there are no tracks that you could follow. The road leading north from the village. The gate in front of you is still standing, but you have no doubt that the village has long been dead. In the east you see a lush meadow filled with crickets and small rodents, and you hear a river flowing behind it. There are almost no large plants nearby, but in the west you see many tree stumps covered with moss and fungi. I want to open the gate. Go somewhere else. So let's go head to the river. There we go, fully explored. As you walk east, you see a drinking family of boars, some brown, some black. Once you notice them, you want to turn back, but they observe you with little attention. After a couple of grunts, they peacefully run away north. Maybe they saw you and your mount as a single larger creature? The river is not too wide, but it's deep, unusually deep. It's possible that the villagers were altering its banks for decades or even centuries. The water is cold and clean, yet filled with long green plants growing from the bottom. You wouldn't like to jump inside or drink from it, but you're tempted to at least wash your face, neck, and hands. Dozens, if not hundreds, of small fish are looking for tasty plants, but also try to avoid their predators. A dance of life, completely unaware of your presence. You suddenly realize there's something else hidden among the kelps. Farming tools, a rusty sickle sticking out of the ground, a couple of stone axes and hoes. The wooden shafts in a wagon are either gone or covered with moss. But you can recognize their shapes. Why would someone drop them here? On the opposite bank, the meadow quickly turns into a thick forest, impenetrable for a rider. I think I know what happened here. This sounds like... The herds were definitely called in, but it sounds like it was primed for that destruction by people. Like the animals getting let out, the tools getting dumped. That's not stuff you would do while you're running away. Where you want to go? Let's go return to the northern gate. I want to open it. Collect the tools and get to work. Alright. You let Soda graze at the meadow, though you keep an eye on it and call it back whenever it moves too far away. You take off your cloak and other things that will bother you during all the movement you have ahead of you. When you look at the pile of dirt, you feel a need to sigh. You start with the larger stones, removing the ground around them and pushing them to a single pile. It's not too bad. Then you do the same on the other side. A simple shovel and pitchfork helps you a lot, and once you get used to them, the work goes rather smoothly. You're done before you get tired. The gate is now open. Traveling through this route is going to be easier now. I want to blockade the northern gate again? Interesting. The closer you are to the wetlands, the more the landscape changes. You see fish in streams and ponds, which you now encounter more often. Large but not hostile birds run and fly between the gray, sparse trees, while small mammals run around dead plants covered with moss and mushrooms. Swamps, marshes, bogs, and fens, while considered to be unwelcoming and harsh, they are filled with life, but unfortunately includes an overwhelming amount of loud insects. The danger, with teeth and claws, is hidden below the water's surface. The first word that comes to mind is unnatural. This plant shouldn't be alive, not without leaves. It doesn't resemble the trees that one can find among the swamps. It's something else. You get off the horse and prepare your axe. The water is filled with dirt and dead plants, and it smells like a decomposing body. The roots are now pretty far away from their trunk, breaking through the swamp surface as if they crawl away slower than a snail. You don't see any saurians hidden away in the nearby plants or lying on the shore. You make a step towards the structure made of 3 pieces of limestone, an altar that looks like an oversized table. Were these stone plates originally as formless as they are now, or was there a point in time centuries ago when they were symmetric, decorated by masters of craftsmanship? There's no way to tell. You take a look at Soda. It's peacefully standing in place, hitting the flies with its tail and keeping an eye on the grass. Horses can't sense magic. Who knows which monsters can? Smile and scratch the bottom of its neck. Go ahead, I'll look around just for a moment. I approach the altar. From a distance, the structure looks clean and well kept, but once you get closer, you notice the dirt clumped together in uneven nicks fused by years of rain and winds. The bottom surface of the countertop seems to be dusty, though you don't find any spiderwebs or mold, even though it looks like a perfect spot for them. The tree roots touch the altar in many spots sides. They're firmly attached to it. You struggle to move them even by an inch. The cream-covered limestone is smooth and cold. Coins. Let's try coin. I walk away. You step cautiously. Without knowing how deep the water gets, you have to consider that a saurian can be camouflaged in the mud, waiting for a victim to get nearby. You're hoping to dodge its strike. After all, it's not like you're going to kneel down and drink. Once you get closer, you start breathing again. While the water is dirty, it's also shallow. You see some signs of vegetation, swimming insects, and even small fish and tadpoles. However, almost all of these creatures stay away from the tree roots, which looks like a chaotic spiderweb covering the bottom of the pond. You kneel in front of the tree roots that's lying on the shore. It's brown, covered with dozens, if not hundreds, of hair-like lateral roots. When you touch it, it's moist, soft, and warmer than you'd expect. Okay. Let's get out of here. It's not available in the demo. It's not available in the demo! Okay, let's go here. 3 hours. As you travel west, the road gets harsher, overgrown, curvier. Soda trots, but doesn't reach its full speed and is forced to jump over larger branches, blocking the path. While the nearby lake is peaceful and you spot a lot of wild game drinking from it, your eyes keep running to the opposite side of the road, trying to recognize if there's any danger waiting to jump on you. What initially looked like a pile of rocks turns out to be a building. A couple of large stone slabs were brought here from a distant quarry and put in one another to create a hut-like shape, a dolmen, technically speaking, one of the ancient chapels. Hundreds of years ago, when the cities were still young and soldiers poorly equipped, maintaining roadside inns was quite a challenge. To make traveling possible, the common church has been investing in small shelters, even if they were poorly guarded. The dolmens proved to be especially durable, though the conditions they offered used to be rather harsh. Of course, the modern inns are superior in every way, but a desperate traveler has to use every opportunity to keep monsters away. God, so much talking. I was trying to look for a good place to stop. I was expecting the demo to end at some point, but the road here is in bad shape. Visually matching the overgrown structure, it'd be easy for a monster to sneak nearby through all the bushes and shrubs. A couple of beams of light get through the chinks between the stones, but the interiors of the dolmen are still uncomfortably dark. A torch would fill them with smoke, but you'd be able to help yourself with a simple wax candle in a holder. The entrance is barely wide enough to let you walk inside. It was meant to keep the larger beasts away, what includes your palfrey. You can't spend a night here. One of the stones has an engraving on it, visible from the front. It portrays a winged hourglass, the most common religious symbol of the main imperial churches. There's not that much space here, and the majority of the floor is just a large, flat stone slab placed on the ground. You can imagine how travelers from centuries ago tried to spend the night in a corner, nervously observing the entrance. Thanks to a lit candle, you can easily spot if anyone's tried to hide something in this place. How about... Alright, nothing here. The neglected path barely finds any space among all the hills, rivers, and trees. No creature interferes with your journey, but you suddenly encounter a massive tree lying across the road. A round pine tree divides the road into two parts. For a wayfarer, walking over the thin branches at the top is not much of an issue. Even Soda, led on a rope, could walk around its stump, but a large wagon couldn't move onward in one piece, at least not without detaching the horses and mules, unpacking all the packages and wares, and carrying everything around above the branches. With such a blockade, there's no chance to establish a trading route between the northern coast and the villages from the south, unless they're willing to travel west. However, you can't handle this obstacle all by yourself. Cutting a tree into pieces would take hours, even with proper tools, and you can't hope to move it with just the muscle that you and your mount have to offer. The surrounding area. You walk a bit deeper into the wilderness, trying to look around all the shrubs, trees, stones, and hills. You don't find any side paths, nor remains of a camp or a hut. The lush vegetation makes it difficult to see any tracks, but the first game trail you find has been used exclusively by animals. The leaves are not completely dry yet, and when you break one of the branches, it still contains water, but no signs of sickness that you could recognize, nor any ordinary parasites. You don't have enough strength to push the plant, but you could take a couple of moments to see if anything was crushed by the fall. Luckily, there's no blood, no abandoned limbs. The stump is not inhabited by worms yet, and you don't find any marks left by maws or paws. The top is hip-high and somewhat smooth, unnaturally so. You could comfortably sit down on it. Some of the nearby grass is trampled, so you kneel down and follow the damaged plants for a bit. You find two sets of tracks to investigate. The first set is nearby the destroyed wagon. It was suddenly stopped. You don't see a spot where it have made a sharp turn. You don't see any hoof prints. The boot tracks are in complete chaos, as if a couple of people were constantly changing their positions. The second set is much closer to the tree stump. You quickly find a couple of boot prints, most of them flat, cheap, not suitable for long walks, but someone was wearing hard, wide heels, which significantly destroyed the ground whenever this person was turning around. All these tracks seem to stay away from the eastern wilderness. Both sets lead you to the main road, and all of them move north. They could have belonged to 24 people, maybe more. Follow them for a bit, but you lose them when there's no more mud and tree needles to find. The planks are still firm, and there's no mustiness in the air. The vehicle needs just a push to fall to pieces like a child's toy, with nothing to keep the parts together. Sure, there are ways to construct a wagon with just wood, leather, and fiber, but you find the spots previously attached connected with metal parts. Now, all the hinges, braces, nails, and clamps are gone. A similar thing has happened to the wheels. They're lying around, still in decent shape, but they're missing parts that would be essential to mount them back on the wagon. And again, you'd expect to see some steel rims on them. They're nowhere in sight. A moist linen bag is lying nearby, but it seems to be empty. You can't estimate how deep the tracks are. The ground was hard, the cart's weight was not a factor. It would only take 2 steps to completely disappear in the deep water. The rocky banks smell fresh and is filled with the sounds of frogs, insects, and birds from the other side of the river. It doesn't look like a good spot to quench your thirst. The long kelps pulled by the flow are crowded with fish and 4-legged creatures that you don't even recognize. You keep an eye on the land. There's no carcass in sight and no signs of bodies that would be left nearby. There are no berries left. You find a whole bunch of broken twigs and trampled leaves, as well as spots where some creatures were either sitting or lying down. Suddenly you notice an object that blends with the surroundings, yet was clearly made by human hands. A pointy arrow with head made of horn and black-orange fletchings. These feathers have originally belonged to one of the local pheasants. You walk around for a bit, but you're quite sure there are no more arrow marks around, not even on the wagon. You approach the rocky wall. It's easy to find spots for your hands and boots. The top of the hill is covered with short grass, and you wonder how much room do the sparse trees have to grow their roots. Soon enough, you notice a couple of bushes with a good view of the road, a good observation point for someone who wants to stay hidden. There are also some remains of a cold campfire, charred pieces of wood, trampled grass, ash, bird bones, and a broken earthenware bottle. Follow the deepest tracks. They're leading south right to the edge of the soft ground. Someone jumped down, or at least has stopped stepping on grass. The road here is already overgrowing, slowly fading away as a result of negligence, but it's not in a worse shape than the other parts of the southeastern route. You don't find any alternate path that would shape itself around the blockade. I think I know what happened here. I mean, it was cut down by an ambush. That's pretty obvious. Why was the wagon abandoned? It was attacked by highwaymen. What was transported in the wagon? It's probably people. If there's that many boots, it's probably people. Probably taken north. I'm sure. Can't get rid of the obstacle all by myself. As long as you ride uphill, the forest is sparse and the grass covered with sunlight. Once the ground becomes more plain, the tree roots seem to pierce through its every scrap. The neglected road is coated with branches, acorns, leaves, and chestnuts, and some seedlings have already broken through the unfriendly road surface. If left alone for long, one day they may turn into a shrub, if not something larger. Riding in these conditions is rough, but after some time you ride uphill again. The plants are getting smaller, the road more rocky. The stone bricks are thick and come in many shapes and sizes. There are no visible signs of destruction in the watchtower, and it's higher than most trees in your sight. The upper level is not encircled by a wooden platform from which the guards could fire their crossbows or drop stones on the opponents below. This place was not meant to be used in combat, but rather as a shelter from claws and fangs. Such structures can be found in especially untamed parts of the Empire, some of them with a lasting garrison of soldiers, but usually left empty, used occasionally by travelers or patrolling squads that need a safe starting point for their missions. Since the end of the war, the province capitals can't find enough people and dragon bones to keep them in a good shape. You see no footsteps, no lights, no fresh trash or latrine. The yard in front of the main door is surrounded by a destroyed fence. The only movement you notice belongs to the birds cleaning their feathers on top of the tower, and to the branches moved by fierce cold wind. The place is nowhere close to being quiet. You struggle to ignore the overwhelming layers of the howling wilderness, the birds, insect, monkeys, and wind-blown leaves. It takes some time before you isolate the more distant roaring of large monsters from the west, hidden in the deep forest of the lowland, the realm of no human. Still, you don't hear anything from the tower itself. Who knows? Maybe its last residents were worms and spiders. After all, the door and the wooden windows seem to be untouched. Same tracks? The tracks that you spot in the south are once again visible. The entire group of wayfarers have crossed the narrow gate, altering the path and allowing you to follow the pair of wide, hard heels for at least a couple of dozen of feet, until the entire group once again has spread along the entire road. You're sure they turned west. Well, that's it. Can't do anything else. Okay, let's finish examining this place. The door in front of you is weirdly high. You take a look at your horse, realizing that if it was necessary, Soda could bow its head and walk inside. The place should be a decent shelter for both of you. The planks are strong, well protected from rain and wind, and when you knock, they seem to be thick. While the door shakes under your push, it won't open. Defensive structures usually have a locking bar on the underside, but you also see a large keyhole. Apparently, it was important to keep away undesirable drifters, at least for as long as there were no soldiers nearby. You walk around the tower, making sure there are no open windows or other entrances. It doesn't look like you can get in without destroying the door, and doing so is going to make potential way for the wild creatures. Let's look through the keyhole. You kneel down and take a peek inside. There's nothing in the hole, but the room is almost completely dark, with tiny bits of light passing through the crevices of the windows. You see shapes of wooden furniture like tables, casks, and a ladder, but the only movement you notice is from the dust dancing in the sunbeams. Signpost. Signpost is covered with letters damaged by decades of rains, frosts, and borers. It might have been an addition to the watchtower for a very long time. But most travelers surely can't read. One could always ask the local guards for directions. The inscriptions were here just in case, meant to be used by merchants, if there were no soldiers around. Even though the wood is mostly overgrown with moss and there's plenty of cracks and claw marks, you can make sense of the letters. There are 3 directions on the planks of the side posts, each pointing to a different direction. The plank on the top points both toward the watchtower, where the letters spell south, and away from it, with the additionally carved north. The one beneath it points east, And this time you see tightly written word painted on the wood in blue. Crafter. In the city, magical crafters are artisans specializing in filling ordinary items with magical energy, and sure enough, the arrow here looks more like a magic wand. The bottom plank, pointing west, has a picture of a tall tower on it. The carving spells monastery, but the wood is covered in red paint, one that suggests danger. Maybe there's something interesting nearby in the spruce trees. The copse is well planned, artificial. One of the smallest of the spruces seems to be out of order, seemingly born of wild seeds. The largest trees are as tall as the tower itself, which surely doesn't help those who were meant to observe the surrounding land. There are also some stumps, most of which were used to belong to young plants. It's possible that the purpose of these trees was to be sold to carpenters or coopers, but they were left alone many years ago. Walk to the gate, or examine the campfire. The logs in the middle, as well as the nearby stack of firewood and the lonely stool, are moist and rotten, overgrown by fungi. You can already imagine a whole bunch of small insects and worms that you'd feel if you moved anything from that pile. There's no ash or footsteps nearby. You see a couple of bits of junk, like a shattered bowl, but you can't tell much more than someone was eating a meal here many years ago. Setting up such a firm wall in a place like this one is a bit unusual. It goes on for no more than 40 feet until it connects with a natural rock face. Such a structure could be found nearby a city, allowing to stop any travelers and search through their belongings. It's useful to have an option to make sure that traders don't transport any slaves or to collect taxes from travelers. But in the middle of nowhere? Deers and other animals used to running here with no hindrance must have been more than annoyed. Such a risky investment. You touch the gate, which is made from high-quality wood, previously soaked and now mostly wiped off oil that was protecting it from rains. It was left open, and you don't see any wooden bar that could be used to lock it. The gate is buried in dried-out mud. Try to move the coal planks with no luck. It would require some wearisome digging. Could it have been blocked on purpose? Alright, that's that. So I can't go anywhere else, so let's just... Okay, so that's how they did it. Once you travel back to the city, there will be no coming back. The officials will judge your progress and reward you accordingly. You won't have a chance to continue your journey. Well, that's that for this game. Riding for such a long distance, you never feel safe. But you're making a good, steady progress. You know which inns are decent and where are the most secure bridges. Soda eats well, and thanks to the occasional patrols of soldiers, roads are somewhat safe. You try to listen to rumors, but it seems like the life hasn't changed much. You encountered an old, experienced Roadwarden assisting a large family in their journey. During a short conversation, one of the sons has explained why they lost a mule to a group of dragonlings, and without the help of their new guide, they'd be forced to turn back. When the warrior asks you how come you have such a fine palfrey, you blush a bit. I'm just a messenger, you respond, and say your farewells. After a few days, you arrive to the city. You change your clothes, wash yourself in an inn, and eat a decent stew. You think you're ready to meet with the officials, but you have a heavy heart. You wait one more day, mostly walking from one tavern to another, and after a good long sleep, you go to the barracks. Your presence causes quite a commotion, but once it becomes clear that you don't bring news of some dreadful peril, and then apparently you've simply abandoned your mission, you're no more welcome here. You spend almost an hour with a group of influential merchants and high-rank commanders, and you leave with a strong feeling that no matter how hard you try, there's no chance you can find a good fortune in this city. After you move your affairs and put your affairs in order, you join a group of strangers and move outside. You spend the next couple of years looking for a stable job. If you're lucky, you get to ride for a day or two delivering news or wares. It pays well, but for most days you clean tables in inns, lift heavy crates for traders, and help people who need to fix their roofs. Every couple of days you hit the road again. Your past never allows you to rest. You constantly push forward. Even if there's no threat in sight, you anxiously look around, expecting to spot someone you try to avoid. You don't tell people who you are. You don't make friends. You avoid cities. You feel uncomfortable seeing crowds. But staying on the road, especially all by yourself, tempts fate. You can't always stay on top. I'm not even surprised when a monster jumps on me from a tree. Alright. That was a long one. So that was Roadwarden. Very interesting game. A demo is Unfortunately, not a whole lot I can do about that. The demo just ends there. I can't do anything. But yeah, very interesting game. I don't think I would stream this again because, God, that was a lot of talking. But I would totally look at this on my own time and just play through it. Like, this is a game I would just, like, maybe do, like, an edited video on just to show off what it's about. But yeah, it's really interesting. Alright, so... that is that. I spent way longer on that than I was planning to. So let's get into the next game real quick and see what we can put with that before I have to stop. Alright, so the final one for today is a game by the name of Colony Ship, a post-Earth role-playing game. The idea behind this game is super interesting. The deal is... also, let me just turn the sound up a little bit. The basic idea is you play as a character who is on a colony ship, a spaceship traveling between stars to inhabit a new Earth. You are going to live and die on this ship. Your parents lived and died on the ship. Your grandparents, your great-grandparents all lived and died on the ship. Your children will live and die on the ship. You have to struggle to find meaning as you travel the vast interstellar blackness between worlds. It's a super cool idea. And anyway, the game looks interesting. Although, I am going to make a point here that it's one of those annoying games, which I guess was made in Unreal because when I start it up, it loads up my Oculus launcher, which is a problem I'm pretty sure is like specific to Unreal Engine games in a certain time period. Because it just loads it up. It automatically starts it. I hate when games do that. Self-Lost did it too. Except, well, it's better than Self-Lost because when Self-Lost did it, the game didn't function. This one at least seems to load properly. Anyway, Yeah, so if the dev's watching, please turn off the VR integration that you're using. Also, important thing to note, this game comes out, like, tomorrow. So that's part of why I'm doing the demo today, because I saw it popped up in my discovery feed on Steam. It looked, oh yeah, this looks interesting. When does it release? Oh, tomorrow. And it has a demo? How convenient. Welcome to the Combat Beta Test. The purpose of this beta test is to evaluate colony ships' combat system and different ways a character can specialize for combat. Unlike the beta, the full game will have branching quests and dialogues, diplomacy, stealth, multiple quest solutions, and different paths through the game. Combat will only be one of many approaches, but because combat is such a mechanically complex system, it's important for us to thoroughly test it early. Combat is designed to be hard but not impossible. To advance in the arena, you will need to experiment with how different kinds of skills interact with different kinds of gear, how different tactical options such as attack types work, and what kinds of strategies are best for different scenarios, melee versus range foes, larger groups of enemies, etc. Combat is especially challenging as you are learning its intricacies, but the challenge is intended to teach players not to use brute force approaches and to treat combat as a tactical puzzle. Victory is absolutely in your grasp. This demo has extensively tested for 3 months with over 50 players who beat all fights with different builds, weapons, and tactics. If you need some advice, we'll be happy to walk you through the mechanics. Some art assets are still missing, extra portraits, hairstyles, beards, and main character customization options. We expect to add them in the next few weeks. The interface will be improved as well, but for now our focus is on the mechanics and balance. Thank you for playing, we'll hope you enjoy it. Okay, so I didn't actually know this part. I was expecting it to be a bite size of like the RPG part, but it was just combat. You know, that works. It means I don't have to worry about reading text for the next 2 hours. Alright, so we've got our character who is going to be, drumroll please, Alderon. Got quite a selection here too. There he is. That's my guy. And you can change your character stuff here too, it looks like. Alright, so I have 16 available points to put into things. I have strength, charisma, constitution, perception, intelligence, dexterity. I said charisma and dexterity at different points. Don't mind it. Okay, so I do like how each one of these tells you what they increase. So strength increases melee. This increases hit points and max implants. This increases action points, evasion, initiative, and reaction. Perception also does, but instead of action points, it gives you base accuracy, which makes sense. Intelligence gives you tag skills. Ah, I see. So tag skills here. I'm guessing... Yeah, okay, so they're effectively class skills. So this is... I feel like this is probably based on an actual role-playing system. It feels like it's either based on an actual role-playing system, or they just were, like, taking a lot of notes. Because this is basically, class skills. You get the ability to pick a skill, and you gain more skill in it. I think Starfinder has a system similar to this too, come to think of it. It's not 50% XP gain, because you don't gain experience for skills individually. Actually, doesn't the Fallout system use something like this? Maybe it's Fallout. I think Fallout, because you can choose, like, skills to specialize in, right? I don't remember what those do, though. It's been a while. Anyway, that's intelligence, and charisma gives me followers. Oh. Oh, so you get feats, too. Okay. Requires followers returning to battle, increased by 20% in the game, +1 natural DR. So if you go max stats in one of these skills, well, max being 10, extra feat every 3 levels starting at level 2. Natural DR +1, melee graze damage +4, knockdown becomes stronger. Healing factor, regeneration +2. Evasion +5, disables enemy reaction on movement. Okay, so let's go with, I'm gonna go with, let's go with the Juggernaut. Okay, so I'm gonna grab this. I can't grab anything else, it looks like. And I only appear to grab... So I can't pick 2 of these. I only get 1. +1 stab point, +3 skill points. So I take this one. I get... Yeah, okay, cool. So let's go for regeneration. Okay, that's how it works. So it's a bonus. It's a flat bonus. It's not a like averaging bonus. Okay, so I'm gonna go with, let's say, 6 strength, 6 perception. Let's go 6 all down the board. I could probably drop charisma because I'm not even gonna use followers. Dump stack charisma, baby. Hell yeah. Let's bump my perception up so I have better initiative and accuracy. Wait, no. I want this one for more accuracy. There we go. And let's pop these tag skills into... Let's put bladed. Or no, let's put blunt. Oh, I can put all my skills into... Oh, I can put 1 or 2 in. Interesting. Blunt, Biotech, Persuasion, Lockpick Steel, Biotech Armor. Let's go with, how about Evasion? And Critical Strike. That seems good. So I'm going to try and get in with like a quick 1-2 and punch him to death. Let's see how this works. I don't want to lower that because I have tag skills. So let's try this out. It is the year of our Lord 2754. You will never feel the sun's warmth under a blue sky, never hear the wind in the branches of a tree, and never swim in the ocean, because you had the misfortune to be born on the ship. You have never seen Earth, and you'll never see Proxima Centauri either. Your past and future both sacrificed by some dim and nameless ancestor to the greater good of the mission. Starfarer, they called her. A pretty name for a retrofitted interplanetary freighter. She'd already been 20 years in service when she was rechristened and showing every minute of it. No one is certain the ship will actually reach its destination, and nobody much cares, since no one alive now will live to see it. Fatalism is the prevailing philosophy of the shipborne. Make the best life you can and consign all your what-ifs and what might-have-beens to the void. The ship was launched by a neo-Christian conglomerate dedicated to establishing a religious colony on a distant world. The original 50,000 passengers, the so-called First Generation, were true believers in the mission. They sacrificed whatever lives they had on Earth and demanded strict obedience to the laws of God and the ship from their children. Unfortunately, the generations that followed lacked their forebears' fervent will to sacrifice. Dissatisfaction led to open revolt against the authorities, called the Mutiny, and the mutiny metastasized into a civil war. While the mutineers dealt a decisive blow to the old order, they did not eradicate it completely. When the fires died and the smoke finally dissipated, 3 factions emerged from the wreckage of the old order: the Protectors of the Mission, the Brotherhood of Liberty, and the Church of the Elect, each of them promising their own version of the future. You've always thought that rebelling against the ship authority was a mistake. The environment itself is hostile enough to human life, and order is always preferable to chaos. The mutineers did the right thing. Why should the shipborne blindly bow to the edicts of their centuries-dead ancestors? Though they would deny it, the mutineers were fulfilling God's will when they toppled the old order. All shipborne bend to God's will, just as all events according to his plan. All events proceed according to his plan. Or, who cares? In fact, you would go on to say, the farther away they all stay away from you, the better. Revolutions had never lightened the burden of tyranny. They've only shifted it to another shoulder. We cut off one Hydra head, yet 3 more took its place. Next time we'll do it right. Burn it all down! The ship suffered extensive damage during the Civil War, but remains operational. The hull was breached in several places, and frantic efforts to avoid a meltdown crippled the main reactor. Radiation increased in places to lethal levels, and several areas remain dangerous to this day. When a small percentage of children in the habitat were first born deformed, they were branded mutants and immediately shunned. The young were abandoned, and those whose defects didn't manifest until later were driven out. With the condition of the fusion reactor degrading to dangerous levels, and the number of volunteers for jobs in areas exposed to radiation remaining few, the mutants negotiate a pact with the Covenant, granting them protection from harassment and violence in exchange for their maintenance of the engines and other vital ship systems. You've always thought that the mutants are an abomination in the sight of God. We should have eliminated their twisted kind when we had the chance. The mutants proved themselves useful by taking care of the reactor. Who's better to be exposed to radiation than those that are already affected by it? We're all God's children, even those with webbed fingers or deformed faces. Are you so beautiful you can shun them? In saving the ship, they saved the world as we know it. That debt can never be repaid. If anything, we need to embrace the possibility of mutations as critical to our own survival in a strange new world. Ostracizing fellow humans based on genetic differences is wrong. Hopefully our descendants will live in harmony in the future colony. Alright, so let's see here. We've got... kill them all. Kill them all in the name of God. They're useful. They're just like us. They're better than us. And let's just get together. Where's the kill them all, but also kill everyone? Let's go with this one. Mutants are better. Kill all humans. Going Magneto on this bitch. The place you call home is known as the Pit, and to some more affectionately as the Free City. Calling the towers of containers rising from the depths of a cargo hold a city is a bit of a stretch, and so is the other half of it. With no kind of law or government, freedom mostly means you're free to kill or be killed. On the plus side, housing is cheap and keeping overhead low is a priority when you have nothing. The real cities, makeshift metropolises sprawling across many decks, are called habitats. They offer much better living conditions for those who can afford it, but to live there you have to pick a side among the factions vying for control. Nobody in the Pit gives a damn about their struggles, but like Earth before it, nothing in this world is free. Just keep in mind you might get more than you sign up for. Oh. So I picked this start because I decided to go with no, fuck all you. As far as you're concerned, true freedom means being free from laws passed down by your supposed betters. Some kind of rules is necessary, or else we'll all descend into anarchy. If freedom means living in an interplanetary ship and container and sleeping with a gun under your pillow, these pit dwellers can keep it. Personal freedom is a luxury the shipborn cannot afford. Why to serve the state is to serve your brother, to serve your sister, and to serve yourself. Why can't people understand that? Communism! Let's go! The ship is en route to Proxima B, an Earth-like planet orbiting Proxima Centauri. After launch, a deep space probe transmitted highly detailed images of the surface, which revealed one minor setback. This very habitable world is already inhabited. Okay. Since the voyage is estimated to take close to 400 years, it's possible that by the time the ship arrives, the colonists will encounter a mature civilization corresponding to Earth's late Middle Ages. If that's the case, what setback? Though unanticipated, slaves will provide an excellent resource for the colony. We'll make every effort, within reason, to accommodate the savages, setting aside clearly demarcated zones for them to pursue their own lives. What country was this game made in? What country is this game made in? Iron Tower Studio? Let's see. Iron Tower Studio, if we go to their website. I don't know which country this development studio is based in. Ah, it's actually going into early access tomorrow. Good to know. That makes sense. That explains why this is a beta. Anyway, I'm feeling a little bit of needling going towards the U.S. government here. Just a little bit. Just a wee bit. Let's see. We must make every effort to live in harmony with the New World's native sons and daughters and learn all we can from them. We will be guests in this new world, living among the local population, accepting their culture and traditions as our own. As inevitably happens in dark and challenging times, some people turn to God for reassurance, the promise of an end to pain and hunger, or failing an end, at least a purpose. The Church of the Elect. Hold on a second, I've got a phone call. Alright, I'm back. Let's see. Church of the Elect rejected both the protectors of the mission and Brotherhood of Liberty as worldly fools distracted by politics and their own egos. Teaching their adherents that they were chosen by God, the Church frames the journey of the ship as a centuries-long test of faith. We all face a series of different trials. Difficult trials, yes, but with a very definite end. When the ship arrives at her destination, Judgment Day awaits every citizen. The righteous will be welcomed into the promised land of Proxima B, while the unrepentant will be returned to the hell from which we fled, Earth, to suffer for all eternity. The way you see it, religion is the opiate of the masses. Doesn't matter if God exists, people need to believe in something bigger than themselves. Faith has always been mankind's greatest strength and defining trait. Honor he who is reborn, and you too shall be reborn to the new world that waits at the end of our long journey. Come the dawn. By the way, happy Easter, everyone. That was yesterday. I go for religion as the opiate of the masses because I seem to be going for a communist who wants to burn everything down. So, like, a college degree level, a college student communist. No. College student communist slam poetry attender. That's who I am. I didn't pick it high enough. No, wait. My charisma is fairly low. My int is middling. I think I have the right build for this. The Protector's one truth is the mission, and the sole way to ensure successful completion of the mission is to follow the old ways. The ways of the fathers, forefathers, and the founding fathers are together the beam upon which the ship travels to our ultimate destination. The mutiny, which through their steadfast and timely intervention was thankfully aborted, was the ultimate betrayal of the old ways of everyone who had come before, the nullification of every sacrifice and every life dedicated to the mission. Sworn to regain control of the ship, the Protectors will subjugate anyone who threatens the mission. Over the last century, they have managed to expand their enclave somewhat, but the Brotherhood is deeply entrenched. To overcome them with violence would result in a massive loss of life as an unfortunate consequence, which itself would endanger the mission. Instead of embracing the future, the Protectors are clinging to the long-gone past. They're a problem, not the solution. Protectors should be more flexible. Protectors are right about one thing. The mission is more important than our petty struggles. Born and raised on old Earth, the Founding Fathers were wiser than any shipborn, so how can we question the path they've laid out for us? The Brotherhood was formed to liberate the people from the shackles of the Ship Authority. Their first sally, which the fossils of the Old World called mutiny, did not completely achieve this aim. However, the Brotherhood was successful in establishing themselves as a significant power in the New Order. Unfortunately, the Brotherhood's subsequent attempts to overcome their emancipation of the enslaved, whenever they may be, ran into an unexpected obstacle. Not only did the people refuse to cooperate in this noble mission, they often violently resisted and sometimes even chose the Protectors or the Church over their own best interest. Ah. So they're naively freedom. Got it. The war goes on, but we fought on different battlefields and with different tactics. A non-military campaign to win over the people through reason and deceit, weakening the enemy from within, is the central pillar of this new strategy. Hearts and minds, folks! To survive, we must evolve, and the Brotherhood is merely an agent of change that drives the evolution. He who fights monsters should look to it that he himself does not become a monster. The Brotherhood did try to end the tyranny of the Ship Authority. Giving us the choice in how to live our lives. They shouldn't try to take this choice away now. The best slave is the one who thinks he's free. They will thank the Brotherhood later for liberating them. Your beliefs and opinions may change and evolve over the course of the game as you interact with factions, groups, and various individuals. Keep in mind that action speaks much louder than words, and that saying one thing and doing another won't fool people for long. Oh, look at this! Oh, this is cool. There's a dude here. You're standing in the shadow of a massive arena. Dozens of shipping containers form the walls in the lowest level and provide seating for hundreds of spectators. A gantry crane towers overhead, rigged with several powerful projectors to illuminate the space below. You wonder for a moment if real daylight is as bright. You want to file a grievance or apply for a job. The speaker is wearing a gold-striped trench coat that marks him for a man of importance. I'm looking for... What is this place? This, my friend, is the cornerstone of justice in our little town, he says with pride. Welcome to the courthouse. I didn't think we had any laws around here. Of course we do, son. We abide by the Constitution and much more strictly than those fools in the Habitat. Every accused man in the biz guaranteed to have his day in court and confront his accuser, just like those in the Constitution says. If said accuser is unable to make an appearance, a judicial officer appointed by the court would take his place. We mentioned a job. Running low on legal representation for the prosecution, he admits with a sad shake of his head. Lost 3 officers last week in a string of challenging cases. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. Which country was this game made in? Was this game made in the US? Because I don't think so. I don't think this game was made in the US. Like, this is too close to home for a lot of this stuff. I get the joke. I get the joke, by the way. They get their day in court, and this is the court. They get to shoot their judge. Okay, like... Where are you guys? Where are you guys located? Please tell me. Please tell me. I have to know if you're in the US or not. Because there is some cuts that are coming in here that are really unnecessary, but I appreciate that they exist. Okay, let me see here. Maybe I can find out one of their other games. Let's see, Iron Tower Studio. You've made such games as Colony Ship, Age of Decadence, and Dungeon Rats. Decadence, developer country. Let's see. Iron Tower Studios, led by the pseudonymous Vince D. Weller. Okay. Okay, so it says here on Wikipedia, the designer is Vince D. Weller, which is a pseudonym, apparently. We have programmer Nick Skolestra, Oscar Velzi as artist, and Ryan Eston as composer. So I'm thinking possibly Europe. I just have to know where they are. I have to know, because, like, some of this stuff is a little too close to home. Studio, country. Giant Bomb says they are located nowhere. Thanks. Country is unlisted. Iron Tower Studio is a premier destination for your hardcore RPG needs, proudly serving 0.003% of the global gaming market since 2015. The remaining 99.997% need not apply. You know what? That's fair. Okay, I've got a LinkedIn here. California. Okay. All 2 employees. Let's see. Artist is in Portugal, and you got someone in Ukraine. And the company itself is listed as being in California. So I guess it's just a multi-global thing. I don't know. I don't know who's the one that's coming up with this, because this is cutting close to home. Someone had a lot of grievances that they wanted to air in a video game, and they're doing it. Excellent, smiles the man. I'm the court chief justice, which means I'm in charge here. You'll start as a deputy prosecutor, sorting out minor cases, misdemeanors, mostly if you live. I mean, if you do well. You'll be promoted to prosecute more interesting cases. Who knows, you might even make judge one day. Let me see. The Chief Justice pulls out an electronic notepad and begins swiping through a series of screens full of very ornate, hard-to-read font. First defendant is one John Doe, meaning he refused to tell us his name. We call that an aggravating circumstance. Our friend, Mr. Doe, stands accused of cheating during a game of poker. He vehemently denies the charge, don't they all, though? A jury of his peers, in this case fellow poker players, agree that John Doe cheated and also had shifty eyes, so the case goes to trial. John's been on a diet of water and NTAB half rations for 3 weeks, so I'm guessing he'll present a pretty weak case. When do I get paid? A mercenary, eh? I would think continuing the legacy of a progressive judicial system would be reward enough. He waits for a moment to see if it will change your mind. But in any case, a convicted criminal forfeits all possessions to the prosecution, meaning you. Enjoy! Okay, so I can click there. There we go. Where's start combat? I grazed him. Okay. And I have no ammunition? Really? Zachariah reloads his suicide special? Okay, I don't have enough action points. Ow. Okay, so I'm going to swap to my other weapon. Here we go. Really? There we go. Ow. Ah. Haha, he's missing. Okay. Why does he get a better gun than me? Out of range, really. Just enough AP to get over here. Nice. Reaction attack triggered. Means I get to smack him. And go. Nice. Give me all that shit. Got a jacket. Ooh, look at all this stuff, huh? Huh? Identical. Identical. Ooh, I get a hammer. Okay, give me that. Let's go with this, let's go with this, shotgun instead, huh? Instead of the suicide special. How do I go over here, okay. Guilty as charged, eh? Let me know what you're ready for the next trial. Our #1 legal representative is out with a shared kneecap and we got a full docket. We're gonna need to see a medic first. Talk to Sarah. She's down there running diagnostics on that quick-fix unit near the store. Are you the doctor? The woman stares blankly as if lost in thought, while her metal cap fingers move across a keyboard that isn't there. You can see she's jacked in with a long translucent cable running from her half-shaved head to one of the machines. Finally registering your presence, she unplugs the cable from her head and her eyes come to focus. I've been training healing protocols, if that's what you're asking. Can you fix me up? You step inside the metal box and try to make yourself comfortable. A dirty display comes into life, flashing messages in different languages, disclaiming all liability for manufacturing defects and requiring you to submit any claims to arbitration back on Earth. In 3, 2, 1, says the woman. Something stabs you in the back. The pain is unbearable. You'd scream if you could, but all you can do is gasp for air, waiting for the drugs to kick in. Suddenly, the machine powers down. Well, fuck, says the woman. Thought I fixed it last week. Hang in there. The pain spreads everywhere and your consciousness starts slipping away. Almost done, the woman says cheerfully. The machine powers up with a whine, instantly washing away the pain. Bone marrow extracted, generating stem cell prototypes, studying blood transfusion. Since it's only a combat demo. You step out of that death trap, swearing never to use it again, and then you notice that you feel pretty good. Better than good, actually. Your wounds are gone, healed by the old Earth's magic. You feel invulnerable, if only for a moment. Let's go. Time to arbitrate some more people. The Dalton brothers, says the Chief Justice, shaking his head as he reviews the data. Showing a poverty of imagination matching their actual poverty, they decide to strike out and plunder the riches of the Mission Control ruins. By all accounts, they were lucky to survive, but unlucky to return empty-handed. This is after running up a substantial debt to finance their venture. Said debt causing our business community undue hardship and financial burden, which, of course, must be rectified. Mission Control routes? The miles and miles of ruined decks and desolation separating us from the mutants. Dreadful, dangerous place, of course. If it wasn't so dangerous, it would have been stripped of the hull a long time ago. You mentioned riches? In the form of energy weapons and other gizmos. In older times, a man could just walk in, liberate some goods from a few dried-up corpses, and return to town. Now you have to go deeper and deeper to find anything worth looting. And the deeper you go, the less likely you are to come back. Anything I should know? Yes, there's a note appended to the file. The Daltons petitioned the court to provide them with means to defend themselves on account of losing most of their belongings during their unsuccessful enterprise. They were issued a mace and 2 knives, so my guess is they'll come at you hard and fast. A shotgun would be handy. Oh, there's a lot of them. Okay. Ah, I see. So they're really just coming at me with these, huh? Let's swap it up. Don't have enough action points. Damn it. Ow. There we go. That's one down. Ow. Okay. Reload, and there we go. How much does this take to do? Six AP. Christ. Then I'm staggered, huh? Ooh, I'm gonna die. Oh, no, I'm not. Ooh, I got real lucky on that. I had 3 HP left. Well done, Deputy. Dullins have been held legally accountable for their actions, and the people's faith in our infallible judicial process has been restored. Are you ready for your next case? Give me a few hours. Hey, I'm level 2, which means I get to level up, I guess. Yes. I really should have gone for the int one, so I could get more feats. How about... I'm gonna go with on kill 50% chance for the next attack. Actually, on kill 6 action points. That means if I gun one guy down, I can move on to the next one. Xenophobia and philia, liberty, authority, tradition, progress, atheism, and theism. Next on the docket is Ebenezer Harding, also known as Hard Ben. This one has been testing this town's patience ever since he moved here. Low-down back shooter is alleged to have killed 3 men in cold blood out in Mission Control ruins, and then he returned here to sell their cargo. The nerve. Turns out the alleged victims work for Mr. Jonas Redford himself, which makes Mr. Redford the rightful owner of the aforementioned cargo. Mr. Harding also incurred a fine for the unlawful termination of the dead man's employment contracts, but when all this was explained to him by one of my clerks, the miscreant not only refused to pay the fine, he refused to surrender the stolen goods. Without the rule of law, this town would be overrun by savages. It's time for you to send a strong message to Mr. Harding and any of his friends who might be skulking about, that their kind isn't welcome here. Though unscrupulous and ill-mannered, Mr. Harding isn't entirely ignorant of the boons of civilization. He has several gizmos in his possession, including an energy shield. As I'm sure you're aware, I'm obliged by law to disclose all facts of the case that might come up during the trial. Are you telling me this bastard will show up fully loaded? The Chief Justice raises one finger and intones, "No person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law." Alright, here we go. Oh, the shield is a frontal shield? Interesting. Oh, okay, so I can do like this. Interesting. So I'll have to get around back for him. Ow. AP reduced by 5, huh? Ow. Yeah, right? I didn't reload? Christ, this guy's rough. The action points. I'll move here. Well, I got nothing there. You died in the manner of the great heroes of old, attempting to bring evildoers to justice while making a small profit on the side. Unfortunately, this is the time the long arm of the law came up short and the evildoers escaped, leaving you to bleed out on the rusty floor of the courthouse. The Chief Justice performs a medical examination by prodding you with his boot. There goes another one, he says, scratching his stubble. A simple, yet fitting eulogy. Alright, so that is... Let's say that's just the taster of Colony Ship. I am probably gonna do a day of this at some point after it releases, because it comes out tomorrow, but I'm booked up for this week. So next week I'll probably give it a shot, see what it's like in full. Because at the very least, the idea behind it is super interesting, and the game itself seems to be like a Fallout crossed with XCOM for combat kind of thing. So I can dig it. Looks pretty cool. So, we'll give that a shot at some point in the future, but that is all for me for today. I've been talking far too much today. But yeah, thanks for stopping by as always. Thanks for checking out the games with me. All of these games were available for free to try out through one way or another. Colony Ship has a demo. Roadwarden has a demo. What else did I do? Hold on a second. Let's go back to Twitter and see what it says on Twitter. Okay, so we've got Colony Ship, free demo currently available. Maybe that'll go away tomorrow when the full game comes out, but maybe not. Meor is a pay what you want to try out the pre-alpha. You can also sign up for the pre-alpha on Steam. Roadwarden, free demo, and What Lives Below, currently free demo over on itch.io. So, try out any of those games. They looked interesting. See if you can beat that final boss in What Lives Below. Maybe you can beat this guy in Colony Ship. And, yeah. So, thanks for stopping by, and we'll see you next time. Also, I forgot that this game still had my Oculus thing open, so fix that. Fix that Oculus thing.